One greetings from the high 10. It's Everyday Shenanigans. Thanks for joining me. This live will probably be a bit winded because the commentary I'm going to play is by Court TV. It's running about 43 minutes long. And then I'm going to bring you information from the Sun.com, the USSun.com, pertaining to some drug arrests that are not pertaining to Debbie Collier herself, but the man that was dating her or is dating her daughter. His family dynamic. We're going to chop all that up. I'm going to bring you the smoking guns. I say guns because there's something that I read today that ties into the smoking gun that is obvious in this storyline. And sometimes people don't pick up on things, but the Queen is good in recognizing things that's awry. And the first smoking gun I'm going to reveal, just say it now, is the van, in my opinion. The van says a lot to me, and I'm going to keep saying this until they tell us who did this to Debbie Collier. Number one, the smoking gun, the first smoking gun is the van, where it's parked. You have to ask yourself, how did a person get from out there? Always remember that. No matter whatever the police are telling you, you're entitled to your opinion. But the van is very important because it shows that the victim got out there, possibly by that van or another vehicle. The van's going to tell us a lot. The van has told us a lot already. It told me that nobody random drove out of there in her van. Because why would they leave it? Stay woke now. If this is random, which the police is saying it's not, but let's just say it was, wouldn't I take the van with me and dump it somewhere near where I'm wanting to be, such as where I sleep? I always remember that. This is the middle of nowhere, a highway. So we know it wasn't random because they would use the van, he, she, they, whomever, to get back where they came from. Okay, I always remember that. Smoking gun number two is the Venmo account. It's suspicious and suspect. Okay, so therefore, we're talking about it. And I'm going to tie in smoking gun number two into smoking gun number three. Three will be revealed in my commentary from the article. And I want to see if someone can pick up on smoking gun number three. Number one, the van. That was there before we even knew about the Venmo account. So I'll just go ahead and say the van's number one, even though the Venmo will be considered number one because that's the first information that we got from the police. But let's just say the van's number one because that was the first piece of information to locate the victim. Number two, the Venmo account. Number three, it's going to be revealed in my commentary from the article. And I want to see if somebody in the chat and the viewing audience can pick up on smoking gun number three. Court TV is my first source. We're going to chop up everything that Vinnie Politan and his guests have to say. Sorry that this information is late, that I'm chopping up this video, but I wanted to bring you information that I found in the searches last night, any new information pertaining to the case. But this is older content from Friday, and I want to dissect everything that's said in here because everything that I've already mentioned to you in my lives pertaining to Debbie Collier, they have been mentioned in this Court TV segment. Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $DeGanji, 129 Cash App. Let's hear what they have to say pertaining to the murder of Debbie Collier.
This is video of Debbie Collier inside a Family Dollar store in Georgia at around 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. She's purchasing a red tote, a blue tarp, a poncho, paper towels, and a torchlight. After leaving the store, her daughter Amanda received a Venmo for over $2,000, which included a cryptic message. "They are not going to let me go. Love you. There is a key to the house in the blue flower pot by the door." Debbie was found the next day burnt and partially naked 15 minutes away from that convenience store, which was about an hour north of her home in Athens. What happened to Debbie Collier? And who is responsible? Today, we received much more information from the detectives investigating the case in Habersham County. Information that was previously unknown.
We do not believe that this is the act of a serial killer. We believe that this act was...
All right, brief intermission. Commercial break. Here we go, everybody.
Tonight, we have the latest in the investigation as we take you inside the Habersham County Sheriff's Office to hear from the detectives trying to solve this mysterious and tragic murder case. I'm Vinny Politan. This is Closing Arguments. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And we talk a lot about the words murder, mystery, right? Murder, mystery. A lot of the trials we cover, detectives will talk about solving a murder mystery. You'll have defense attorneys saying this is still a murder mystery as to who killed who. This case right here, this is a real murder mystery. There are a lot of clues. There's a lot of evidence. And it seems like it's something that should be able to be put together, except for the fact that you look at all these things, and as the detectives described today, every time they're on something, a curveball, meaning like this evidence is there, but like one piece is over here, another piece is over here, and you got a piece over here. You can't put it all together. Doesn't seem to make common sense in so many of the cases. Even the murder mysteries we cover here on Court TV, you know, once the evidence starts trickling down, you can put it together pretty quickly, right? Yeah, it's a murder mystery. No one's been charged, no one's been convicted, but hey, I think we know who did it. That's not the case here. The case of Debbie Collier involves a lot of unusual circumstances. Everything from where she was, why she was there, what she was buying, why she was buying it, the crazy Venmo message. What does that mean? The amount on the Venmo. Where is everybody else at this time? And why on earth did she end up where she ended up? It's nowhere near her house. Why was she there? What was she doing? And obviously the final question is, who was responsible and what exactly did they do to Debbie Collier? Because we've only gotten a partial description so far of what it was like at the scene, and we don't have cause of death, manner of death. They believe is homicide. They're saying it's a murder investigation. We don't have the cause of death. We don't even know how she died. It's a lot of questions. We now, in this case, by the way, have gone way beyond the first 48 hours. And those of you who follow these cases know how important those first 48 hours of every homicide investigation are. And we're way beyond that. And what we learned today from the detectives is we're not close to the finish line. You know, they were saying we're 19 days out. We got a lot to go. And they're waiting for a lot of information to come back. And that information may lead them in a certain direction. But the feeling I got today is that, no, we're not going to have someone arrested tomorrow. I mean, this is going to remain a mystery. Now, the sheriff's office did reveal a lot today, though, things that we did not know before. And what that tells me is that they're looking for perhaps a little help from the public here. You know, and we heard it, that, you know, sometimes when they're focusing in on someone and they're just trying to put the pieces together, they don't speak a lot. But when it's really an open investigation, they're trying to figure things out and they could use a little help. Maybe someone else saw something. Maybe someone has a video. Then you, as the investigators, you are more public about it. And that's what's happening in Habersham County in Georgia. And today they revealed some things that we did not know before. Take a listen.
The results of the autopsy are still pending. The results regarding the analysis of the items we've submitted to the crime lab are still pending. We are now just beginning to get responses to the search warrants and the subpoenas in the case to date. We can tell you that we have received additional footage from a security camera from a business near the Family Dollar store That additional footage shows us that Deborah Collier walked out of the Family Dollar store at 3:09, got into her van, and remained in her van in the parking lot for 10 minutes before leaving the parking lot and heading south on Georgia 15, Highway 441, US 23. This tells us that the time frame is actually narrowed a little further for this case to begin at 3:19 p.m. on Saturday, September 10th, and ending at 12:44 Sunday, September 11th, the time of the discovery.
We're still waiting more information that we have requested to confirm or deny where the Venmo was sent from, but we can confirm that Amanda did receive the Venmo. She did receive money. That much we do know right now. Continuing on, our next question was, are you in possession of Collier's cell phone and where was it found? Yes, we are in possession of that cell phone. We do have it in evidence, and it was located at the crime scene. Right now, we have not ruled anyone out at this point. We have ever developing leads and are gradually having information that we have requested come in. So we're still in the process of trying to find persons or person of interest. And as that information starts to trickle in, it will actually help us to develop more information for y'all to have. There's a question about what certain.
No one has been ruled out. Why not? Trying to find person or persons of interest as the information trickles in. Is it a matter of just sealing up what you've already discovered? We're at week 3, so therefore by week 2, they'd already gotten enough information coming in, I'm sure, from the family, relatives, friends, outside co-workers, people who actually saw the woman traveling that day. So what all has been said, what all has been told to officials? What is the truth about what was told? Because remember, as I've told you, anything that you hear from a person is their version, their perception. And naturally, they have to fact check anything that comes in. But it's very pivotal that no one's been ruled out. And naturally, it's the people surrounding the victim which should tell you it wasn't random. Because when you say rule out, you have to be referring to somebody specific. Well, a random person wouldn't be considered specific because you don't know the person, unless you have an idea already. And I think by now, many of you know they know more than what they have revealed. They know a whole lot. Because obviously when they went to the scene, they saw what they needed to see, which they have not told us, which gave them the assertion that it was a homicide, meaning another human being helped, aid in, or killed Debbie Collier. Thank you for joining me. I will try to talk in the session, ask not to hold the live long because I wanted to let some of you come up and give your opinion. So thank you so much for joining me.
Search warrants have been executed. As far as the search warrants that we have done, again, we cannot give that information out just for the simple fact that it may jeopardize and give the information out to possible potential persons of interest. And we don't want to basically show our hand before we have facts.
That's very pivotal. He's telling you without telling you. I've executed search warrants, but I'm not going to tell you who I've executed those warrants to, as not to show our hand. They're telling you everything you need to know right there. So whoever's gotten a search warrant, stay woke. Yes, they're looking at you. Because why would they be searching your person's home, data, phones, devices, anything personal that belong to you? Because you just don't go out and search people's homes, cars, their valuables. And as most of you know that follow true crime, you have to bring probable cause to the judge for him to sign off on the warrant. Always remember that. They don't just get warrants and go storm into your house, your car. They had to have gotten something to go to the judge to say, here's what we have, and we need a warrant for this person, that person, their belongings, their car, their whatever it is that they're searching. Always remember that. They're telling you without having to just call out their government name. Thank you for joining me.
There is no information or evidence to this point that shows that this was something random, that there was something that was not from somebody that she either knew or somebody who she had some association with. That's what we're seeing at this time. So based on that information, we do not believe that this is a random act of violence. We do not believe that this is the act of a serial killer. We believe that this act was deliberate and personal.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. I'm just curious if Debbie's purse was recovered at the scene.
Yes, it was. We do have that in evidence, and it was recovered from the crime scene.
Is that another purse than the one that was said to be left at her home?
That we're not aware of. We're still working on that, but we do know for a fact the video that was released of her being in the Family Dollar, that purse was found at the crime scene and is in evidence. We do have in our possession, this is an actual photograph from the Toledo Falls school cameras. She was seen traveling northbound on Georgia 15, just north of our crime scene, there, which is just south of Victory Home Lane.
All right, brief intermission. Thank you all so much for joining me. What did they see at the scene? Once again, to say that this is a homicide, that this is deliberate and it's personal. You got to remember, this was said Friday during a press conference. By then, you're at 2 weeks. So they saw the victim, how she looked, possibly how she actually died, to make this assertion. What did they see at the scene? What was the state of the body of the victim? Thank you for joining me.
Picture of her traveling northbound on Georgia 15, traveling through these cameras at 2:17 p.m. on Saturday but the last time she spoke to her mom was on the phone. As far as Steve working, we have pulled video from Snow's Bank where he stated that he was working that day because of being a UGA gang. He works for a private company called the Optimus Club that private contracts Snow's Bank's parking lot to park vehicles for the game day. They use that parking lot to provide parking for people coming to the game. We have confirmed that he was there from, I'm making sure I get the time right, from 9 to 4:06.
A lot of stuff revealed today by the sheriff. Let's go through some of it. Let's bring in our special guest joining me in Clarksville, Georgia, reporter and publisher for NowHabersham.com. Please go on there, check out all the coverage. Joy Purcell is back with us, and a New York City senior reporter for the U.S. Sun, Luke Kenton, back with us tonight as well. Okay, big day today. Joy, I'm going to start with you, Habersham County. I'm impressed by investigators there. I'm impressed by the sheriff's office. It seems we got a little bit more information about the timeline on where Debbie was that day.
Oh, that's right. They did narrow it by about 10 minutes, Vinny. And so now we're talking about a 22-hour gap from when she is last known to have been alive to when her body was discovered at 12:44 p.m. on Sunday, September 11th. That's still a lot of unanswered time as to what transpired, but we do know that the items that she purchased at that dollar or that Family Dollar store in Clayton, which is about 12 miles north of where her body was found, those items were located at the crime scene. And I had occasion to visit the crime scene today, what's left of it and what remains, and there are still signs of paper towels that are visibly charred. The charred tree that investigators spoke of earlier in the week is still there, and you can see the ravine that they talked about her falling down. One element of this case, of course, is how did she die? What killed her? She was.
Let me stop right here. Belongings that she purchased at the store charred. Victim charred midsection of her body, but the tree, I didn't catch that before. Why would you be setting the tree on fire? Now imagine had a tree went up in smoke, You had the forest on fire. So now, besides you being a killer of a human being, you're now an arsonist. Stay woke, everybody. Stay woke. How did the victim get there? They've got a timeline already. They've got her on camera going in the store. They got her sitting in the car for 10 minutes, sending a Venmo, allegedly, money to her daughter. The daughter has received it, but did it actually come from Debbie Collier's own hand to a device? That either is a phone, laptop, iPad, so on and so forth. How did the van get from the dollar store to the dump site? The dump site is about 14 minutes from the dollar store. And they say she exited going south. So that means she was allegedly possibly going back home. But then you have to ask the ultimate question, what was she doing all the way north, an hour and a half out of her jurisdiction? Meeting someone, lured there. Someone was in trouble, distressed. Hey, I'm stranded. Can you come get me? Could that also be the ruse to how she got there and to her death? Somebody called and said they were stranded. They're in need. They needed help. My car broke down. Stay woke. I didn't even think of that at first. But as my mind listens to the commentary, you start to bring up theories of how a person got from A to B. And that's probably the best theory. Hey, I'm stranded. My and our car broke down. Can you come and get me? Bingo card. This is why I keep telling you, smoking gun number one is that van, because the van tells the story that a random person didn't do it, because they would have taken the van and dumped it somewhere near where they live. Always remember that. Tree charred. Somebody wanted this woman dead, and somebody wanted to cover their blueprint. Why? Because possibly you touched something. You touched those items that you threw down with the victim. Stay woke. But I do believe the items were bought deliberately as to start the fire to kill Debbie Collier. Thank you for joining me.
On fire. There was charring in her abdomen, and it was revealed earlier this week that when she was found, her body, she was grasping a tree in her right hand, which I asked about this during the press conference today, and they did acknowledge that could indicate that perhaps she had survived the burning incident, however that occurred, and that she may have gotten up to try to walk away to the scene. There was actually a creek at the base of the ravine where her body was found, so perhaps she was headed to the water. We don't know, but there is a possibility that she did survive the initial fire.
Luke, something we were talking about last night was the purse, because of the different reports about the purse, and it seems it was clarified today that the purse she had on in that surveillance video was found at the scene as well.
Yeah, that's right. That did clear up a lot of conspiracy that's been surrounding that handbag. A lot of that confusion stemmed from Stephen, her husband's 911 call. He initially told the operator that her bag was found upstairs, and then later re-clarified later on that it was a card, a credit card, and her ID card. On the subject of the credit card and the ID card, I think that still is a subject of interest, though her purse was found at the crime scene. Is that still the same credit card found at her home that she used to purchase those goods at the dollar store? And if so, how did it make it back to her house? Bearing in mind she was a good 60, 70 miles away from her home when she was last seen.
Now, one of the big reveals today involved what happened to Debbie after she left the Family Dollar store, and it's a 10-minute time period where it seems she stays in the parking lot. They revealed or released some surveillance video from that parking lot, and that is extremely significant, this video, because, Joy, it's in this time frame that the Venmo is sent, in that 10-minute time frame, because we got timestamps for all this stuff.
Right. At 3:17, that Venmo was received by her daughter, Amanda Bearden. And as the earlier video pointed out, and as they stated at the press conference today, they know that Amanda received that Venmo payment and obviously the chilling message that accompanied it, but they do not know yet if it was actually Debbie who sent it, if it actually came from her phone. They are still trying to figure that out. They have subpoenaed phone records and other information, and they're waiting on that information to come in so that they can determine exactly, hopefully who, and at least what phone that payment came through.
This is such an important time period, Luke, because the Venmo transfer is at that time, and it seems like she pulls out and then stops. The other thing I noticed about her truck, which is I think a 2022, look at all that tint. I mean, there's a lot of tint there. If there's someone in the back, and I don't know if there is, but I'm saying if there's someone in the back, no one's going to see that person, I don't think. Not with that level of tinting.
Absolutely, and that's a credible kind of thing to look into, I think, for police. In the surveillance footage inside the dollar store, Debbie doesn't seem to be in any sort of state of distress or under any sort of duress. But as she leaves the store, she sends that incredibly strange message, and within 2 minutes after sending that Venmo, her phone is switched off, and that's the last we know about her whereabouts. So was somebody waiting in the back of her car or something of that sort? We don't know yet.
Now, the other thing, Joy, was this.
All right, everybody. Let's chop up what's being said. Tinted windows on the back of the windows. Would she not notice somebody in the far back compartment of the car? Let's say somebody jumped in the car. At what point did he or she get in the car? From Athens, Georgia? Where would they have jumped in? And once again, as I told you, when you look at where the car was dumped, the person would have to be able to get out of there. And how would they be able to get out of there? Let's say a random person jumped in her car. Somebody she knows jumped in her car and hid in the back compartment. How are they going to get back home to Athens or wherever in the middle of the force? That's why I keep telling you, the smoking gun number one is the van. Because the van was stored in the middle of nowhere, and you've got to be able to get out of there. And no crazy person is going to be walking around, depending on how they murdered the victim, hitchhiking their way out of there when they have access to a van. Bingo card. They would take the van with them and dump it near where they live. Stay woke. How do they know that she stopped talking on her phone? 319 or whichsoever. Who is verifying that the phone was what? Turned off by the person who had it, the victim or somebody else, or the phone went dead? What is the verification of the phone being turned off at a certain time? Have they ran data from the phone to give us this timeline? There was no communication coming in or out of her phone. And yes, the phone was at the scene. Her purse was at the scene alongside the items she purchased at the dollar store. And the items are also smoking guns as well, because they were discarded with the victim. And you have to ask yourself, if it's random, why am I going to drag a body down to a ravine, carry the body down to the ravine, and also carry all those items down there? For what reason? Stay woke now. Thank you for joining me.
Footage from Tallulah Falls, the school cameras they were referring to it as. At 217, her vehicle is seen on the roadway. For those of us who haven't been there, it looks like there's several cars on this road. If it's 217, how far is she from the dollar store at 217? And so how much time period are we talking about here that is sort of unaccounted for?
Well, we know that she entered the dollar store at 2:55 p.m., according to the surveillance footage. So from the time that school zone camera captured her van going north on US 441. It was 2:55 to the point that she reached, or at least entered, the store. Now, she would have reached her destination sooner than that because it's about a 12-mile drive. The school zone cameras are actually just about 2 miles north of where her body was found. And this is one of those mysteries, if you will. They captured her van going north, but so far in the review of the school zone camera footage, they have not found the van coming back south, which she would have had to do in some manner in order to end up where she did.
And for those of us not familiar with these cameras, is it continuous recording, or does something have to come into view and it triggers the camera? Do we know how they work?
Well, Vinny, this is a very active highway. I mean, this is the major thoroughfare from northern Georgia into the western Carolinas. It's a heavily trafficked route. So those school zone cameras, to my knowledge, are running continuously. And they were talking about just such a high volume of traffic that has made the search for the southbound return difficult. But there would be a limited time frame in which she would have made that return. So they just haven't been able to, based on what they told us today at the press conference, they haven't been able to wade through all of that footage. They're still trying to determine if there is evidence of her returning southbound along that same highway.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Saturday, it's game day, and everyone coming south will be coming towards Athens, towards the Bulldog game, which it seems like she was dressed for. All right, Luke Kenton, Joy Purcell staying with us. We appreciate it. We're going to talk more about what was revealed at today's press conference, plus coming up next hour.
All right, brief intermission. Why was she going in that direction anyway? They said there were at least 9 stores, you'll hear that later, from her house to that dollar store. So what? Why? She was going north. Was she even tailgating? Was she going to a game that day? Was she going to somebody's house, a barbecue? We don't know. And just because a person has on a football jersey and a visor doesn't mean that they're actually tailgating or going to a game. Perhaps they just like that team. Stay woke now. All right, still brief intermission. Thank you all so much for joining me. And yes, TCE, very true. 5 p.m., if they are alleging that they saw the van at 5, that means less than 2 hours, she was led or drove to this site. And that's very pivotal, 5 o'clock. Because so far they haven't told us how long the van was there at that scene.
Information or evidence to this point that shows that this was something random, that there was something that was out that was not from somebody that she either knew or somebody who she had some association with. That's what we're seeing at this time. So based on that information, we do not believe that this is a random act of violence. We do not believe that this is the act of a serial killer. We believe that this act was deliberate and personal.
That perhaps was one of the most important reveals today by the sheriff in Habersham County, talking about the murder of Debbie Collier, the mom, the wife, who on a Saturday was at a convenience store, at a dollar store, and then she's found dead in the woods, partially naked, burnt. Trying to figure out what's going on here. The lead investigator spoke a lot today. Let's listen to more as we get more details about the death and the murder of Debbie Collier.
The tip that Amanda Bearden was at a Family Dollar, did that come from her? Did it come from somewhere else? And what is the significance of her not being at that location?
I'll try to answer that as best as well. So the tip, as far as her being at the Family Dollar, came from an initial interview to where she was talking about her and her mother going to Family Dollar and buying supplies to help clean up her apartment when she got back to Georgia. As far as anything, as far as the Family Dollar visit, I don't think that actually came from her.
No, it come from
Yeah, come on. This is Investigator Harrison. He's also one of my team leads. So I pulled the video footage from the store and talked with everybody from the store. Based off of that, with Miss Collier, she was there for that time period from 2:54 till 3:10. Got in her car at 3:10 till 3:20. It was asked that if Amanda was in there earlier, and Amanda, based off of our knowledge at this time, there was some confusion there, and the associate that worked there actually saw the mother and not the daughter. I was able to provide photos to that store clerk to confirm that, based off of what we were told, and she said, no, I remember seeing the mother, not the daughter.
Let's chop this up, this information here. What is the confusion about mother-daughter in the store? See, this is what happens sometimes when people start listening to gossip and rumors and rhetoric from social media. As soon as a story breaks, people start ad-libbing, which is very dangerous at the beginning of an investigation. So I'd like to know why there was a misunderstanding of the daughter allegedly being there. Who said they saw the daughter there? Because somebody had to have said this for reporters to ask this question to the detectives. I think it's very strange. Well, what I'm trying to explain to you all about this, sweetheart, we don't have any information where exactly she moved to in Georgia. I would assume she would move near her mother if indeed she needed help financially getting on her feet. If indeed the stepfather owned properties, I would assume the properties would be in Athens or in the surrounding counties. So you always have to pay attention to the information. This dollar store or shopping center is an hour and a half out of the way. Why would she be working way up there? Unless she moved, got a place there. She's only been there 2 days. How would it be a connection, though? Is what I'm saying. But you got to remember, she's at the house with the father at 6 o'clock filing a missing persons report. And she said the mother left with a car. So you all have to listen to the details. The daughter says she left with an ID and a debit card. You couldn't have been at work and then also saw the mother when she left. That's why I always tell you all to pay attention to what they're saying. Because this daughter is acting like she saw the mother leave with items. So that means she had to be at the house with her mother to know what she left with. For them to spin the story that a purse was left behind. So you couldn't be at work an hour and a half away at a Habitat if you're at the house and watching the mother leave. Anyway, the discrepancy with the daughter being seen at the store, I'd like to know where that information came from. Who's the first person to put that out there? But you hear the detective clarifying that it was Debbie seen on surveillance. A picture was brought in of the victim to show the worker, is this the woman that you saw? And it was verified that it was her. Let's also go back to the stepfather being verified at his job. Always know that just because a person is verified at a job, it doesn't mean that they can't be involved in a crime. We don't know if he's involved or not. We don't know if he paid somebody to harm his wife. I'm not saying he did this, but I am saying just because somebody's seen on camera going in and out of a business, a structure, standing outside for 6-7 hours, parking cars or whatever he was doing, that has nothing to do with if they paid somebody to harm somebody. Thank you for joining me.
All right, that seemed even more confusing. Let's bring in our guest. Still with me, reporter, publisher for NowHabersham.com. They're covering this like no one else. Make sure you check them out online. Joy Purcell's with us. And also senior reporter for the U.S. Sun. Also on top of the story, Luke Kenton. And joining us now, San Antonio, Texas, forensic psychologist John Delatorre. Thanks, John, for joining us tonight. Let me ask you, Luke, I'm very confused here. It seems like the daughter, Amanda, was talking about the dollar store. Somebody else said they saw her at the dollar store. She was or wasn't there.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of confused by that back and forth at the press conference this morning. It seems that it may have just been a case of mistaken identity, but if Amanda had knowledge of her mother being at the dollar store, she said she spoke to her on the phone last. Perhaps she mentioned it in that final conversation that she had with her. We also know that Amanda told law enforcement when her mum was still missing that she had access to her iCloud account. She may have her mum's location on her iPhone under the Find My Friends feature, something along those lines. But it certainly was a very, very confusing exchange, and already what is a very confusing case.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, after Debbie Collier reported missing her daughter Amanda Bearden, calls law enforcement at least twice asking to speak to investigators. She sounds quite distraught as she asks if the GPS in the rental car can be tracked or if Debbie's iCloud information could be tracked. Let's listen now to some of what she tells the operator in a 911 call obtained by FoxNews.com.
You just need him to call you back? Yes, ma'am. I thought about it, and I have her iCloud information. I know that and correct me if I'm wrong, but if the phone is turned off, it would still track her. But I do have her. I've got her Apple ID, and what I thought was her password, but the password isn't working. I don't know if y'all have technology or whatever, but I do have. I don't know.
Let me stop there before the guests intervene. As I keep telling everybody, always listen to the information that has been given to you by the people in the story and law officials. Why would she have access to her mother's iCloud? For what reason? Did the mother share this information for a reason? You hear her also say she tried the password, it didn't work. Stay woke. What are we missing from this story? Or what is obvious in the story? If somebody gave you access to something, wouldn't they also give you the password? That's why I tell you to listen to everything that's being said. I've told you before that when people are involved in a crime, if they're smart, they won't say anything about anything. I mean, nothing. They will just answer standard questions. Because you see, when you're nervous and you have not planned this out thoroughly, if you're involved in a crime, you will start to gibber at the mouth. And I do believe that she was gibbering. She was too chitty chatty. Now, as they say, everybody deals with trauma differently, deal with, odd circumstances differently. This is true. But what threw me off here is that she volunteers to the dispatcher that I have my mother's information, iCloud. I don't even know anything about an iCloud, so I can't even begin to get into that. And I meant to look all that up before I went live. But nonetheless, the point is, if a person is volunteering to the dispatch, hey, I've got this, maybe this can help you find her, locate her. The part that throws you off is when she says, I tried the password, it don't work. Well, if you had access, you should have the password. So that sounds suspicious to me. And if I need to correct myself, I'll stand corrected. But that's strange to me. She was found by the Sirius on the car, the XM's, how she was found on the rental. You possibly already knew that if you're involved in this, Amanda. I always tell you to listen at what people say, because a lot of times people tell on themselves. As I said, when they are unprepared to be interrogated. Because you see, practicing in front of a mirror and to yourself is not the same as when someone actually asks you questions. Where were you? When did you do this? What time did you do this? What time did you pick this up? What did you do yesterday? Blah, 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 blah. And as I've said already earlier, pertaining to the daughter working here and working there, she obviously lived near the mother, because for her to give commentary to the police and the stepfather that the mother left without a purse, that means you had to been in the vicinity of the mother. So you wouldn't be working an hour and a half out of the way. That's too far to go work just for a basic job. So that means she allegedly had access to the mother. So that would lead me to believe she lived in the town or at the house or somewhere near the mother. She's only been there 2 days. So in 2 days, she did get a place to live. Let me verify that while I'm going live. Because when she gives an interview, she speaks of how she's afraid for her life. She and the boyfriend, he spoke, or whomever, and they said, we've barricaded the front and the back doors. Well, I don't know any homeless people that can barricade a door if they didn't have anywhere to stay. So therefore, they mean they have somewhere to live. So within the 2 days of coming down from the 8th to the 10th when she went missing, they found them somewhere to sleep, which means they had a roof and 2 doors. Thank you for joining me.
All right, John Delatorre, it's hard for any of us to put ourselves in the shoes of family members when a loved one is missing, and then when a loved one is murdered, right? 2 horrible situations. In that call, she's missing. Your thoughts about what we should take from people's behavior in stressful situations like that when mom is missing, when someone that we love could be in danger, and, we're speaking out loud. We're calling 911. We're talking to investigators.
We need to be very careful with how we judge people's behaviors under stressful situations. We don't know these people at all. They're strangers to us. So we don't know how any of them respond to stressful situations. They've never been involved in a situation where their mother has gone missing. Then none of that has happened to any of these individuals. So they're not quite clear on what they need to do. Perhaps they have all of this stuff and they can give it to the police that they don't know. So there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of just subduedness because everything is about solving this mystery. We're trying to find their mother and they don't know how to feel or how to think.
Yeah. I mean, when I listen to that call, I hear someone who sounds like, hey, listen, I don't know what to do, but I've got this information. I'll give it to 911. Now, let's listen to more of the lead investigator because we learned something today, Joy, that I didn't know either. And I think this could be a huge fact in all of this and understanding the family dynamics. Let's take a listen.
You mentioned a minute ago that Amanda had just moved back to Georgia. Where was she and when did she move back?
So this is what we can confirm. She lived in Maryland with her brother. She lived in, I think, the same apartment complex, correct? With her brother up in Maryland. City, I can't tell you what the city is because I don't have my notes and stuff in front of me, but I do know it's Maryland. She moved down here on the 8th, which would have been Thursday, September 8th, when she moved down here to Georgia. So we know she was down here at some point on Thursday.
So, Joy, I was kind of shocked by that. I thought you'd been living here all along, but
Exactly.
just got back into the area on Thursday. Mom goes missing on Saturday, and I'm thinking back to the old key in the flower pot. All of a sudden, that might make some sense for someone that hasn't been living here, might not have a key to the house. What do we know about where she's living, who she's living with, etc.?
Well, I can't speak to that, Vinny. We've really not been able to cover the Athens portion of this. We've been focused on what's happening here in Habersham County, and primarily because, again, as I mentioned to you previously, we're a small rural county in Northeast Georgia. Things like this don't happen a lot. And this has really shaken our community. A lot of people are fearful. And even with the assurances that we got today from our local investigators and the chief deputy of the Habersham County Sheriff's Office, people are still stunned by this. And they're desperately seeking some type of assurance in the form of an arrest to feel more comfortable about, their surroundings. Women are telling me that, they're more cautious about going out at night. So I can't speak directly to where Amanda Bearden is at the moment, but I do know where our community is at the moment. And right now, we're a community on edge.
Understandable. And they did say not a serial killer, not random, but, until you arrest someone, that question really hasn't been answered definitively. Luke, your thoughts about Amanda Bearden, where she is, what her status is, and et cetera?
I think I'm right in saying that Amanda has been living at a property that was owned by her stepfather, Stephen Collier, who's Debbie's husband. And I believe she was also living with her, what's been described as at least an on and off again boyfriend by the name of Andrew Geigerich. The couple have a history of domestic violence disputes. They've had a few run-ins with police. There was a recent incident in May 2021, I believe. And what we do know is that the property that Amanda was living at or is living at, the police served a search warrant there on September the 14th, I believe. We don't know what the purpose of that search warrant was. We don't know what they found. But speaking to local media, Andrew said that the police had seized their phones, both of their phones, and also had been questioning them as suspects. He also said that they're scared for their own safety as well, speaking to kind of the wider fear in the community.
Great information tonight, great perspective. Thank you so much, Joy Purcell, Luke Kenton, and John Delatorre. I hope you'll come back again.
Okay, so in this brief information, it has been verified that Amanda just moved here from the East Coast on the 8th. The mother goes missing on the 10th, found dead on the 11th. So anyone would possibly use common sense. She was living near the mother or with the mother until she got into this home, apartment, or whatever by the stepdad. It's also been revealed that she was living in one of his properties. So therefore, she was not homeless. She was staying in a structure. She's also verified, she and the boyfriend, that they are in a structure that has doors to it, front and back. People do behave differently. What one person will do, another person won't do. But I always tell you to listen to the information, because the information can tell you more about the story and the scenario of what's going on if you just listen. Search warrants executed at where they live. Once again, that should tell you that they had somewhere to stay. Stay woke now. What's the police looking for? The devices were seized. Why were their devices seized? Both, not one, but both. That's going to play into my smoking gun number 3. If you're following this live and the content and what I'm saying and what you're hearing from Vinny Politan and his guests, that ties into the motivation of why this woman was murdered. I think it should be obvious by now. I want you to remember what I said. Smoking gun number 1, the van. Smoking gun number 2, the Venmo account. Smoking gun number 3 is tied into what was just said about the iCloud account belonging to the mother, her not having the password. I'm giving you a little bit of crumbs before I drop the bang on smoking gun number 3 to show cause and effect of why this woman was murdered. Who had access to the woman to get her murdered? Stay woke now. Thank you for joining me. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $Beganji 129 Cash App. All stickers and chats are welcome during my live. Thank you.
And once again, thank you so much for your time on this Friday night. When we come back, we're going to bring in our investigators and talk about what we know and what we don't know. Don't go anywhere.
Brief intermission. What we don't know is who the killer is and the motive for the murder. We don't know the state of the body, what was at the scene, what was left behind at the scene. We don't know what the killers left behind in the van. Was she transported in the van? Was she transported by another vehicle? How many suspects are we talking about? And in the end, the motive won't matter. The prosecutor doesn't have to prove anything. The burden of why, that's the defense's job. he or she will have to prove why his or her client did this to this person, or to say they ain't got nothing to do with this. You've got the wrong person. It's a very, very sad story, because this lady didn't deserve this. Don't know the manner of death, but nonetheless, she's dead, and I don't think she got herself dead on her own. Law officials saw something at the scene to give an assertion that she was murdered. This is very sad. Thank you for joining me.
In the report that you all released last week, you stated that Ms. Collier's body was found down the ravine and she was grasping a small tree in her hand. What does that indicate?
I mean, that's a lot of different indications. I mean, kind of talk about that.
At this point, we're not sure what it indicates.
Could she have been alive?
Very possible that she could have been alive at the time she went down the ravine. But again, the autopsy will help us to narrow down time of death, help us to narrow down toxicology reports, help us to narrow down other things related to the body itself that we don't know at this time.
So would that indicate, if she were alive, that she survived being burned?
Very possible. Again, very preliminary in nature.
Okay, I want to take some time to go through what we know, and then we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about what we don't know in this case. Let's begin with what we know about September 10th, 2022. 2:17, Debbie Collier's vehicle is seen traveling northbound on Georgia 15. This is just north of the crime scene. 2:55, Debbie is seen entering the Family Dollar in Clayton. 3:09, she's seen checking out at Family Dollar and leaving the store. 3:09, she's in her car in the parking lot for about 10 minutes. During that time, at 3:17, a Venmo transaction with a cryptic message is sent to Debbie's daughter, Amanda Bearden. 3:19, her vehicle leaves the Family Dollar, heads south on Highway 15. Let's bring in our investigators. Joining me in Salt Lake City, Utah, private investigator Jason Jensen. In Oceanside, New York, Professor Emeritus of Forensic Science at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, Dr. Lawrence Kobylinski is with us. And in Salt Lake City, Utah, retired police commander, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, Mike King. Great to see everyone. All right, Jason Jensen, of what we know about September 10th, what is most significant to you about what we do know?
Well, gosh, that latest bombshell that we heard today, that she sat in the parking lot for 10 minutes. It's like you're looking to see from that video if somebody approaches her in the car or if there's any kind of sign of a struggle. There's really nothing there. So is she in the car alone, or is somebody in the back seat of that car hidden out of view?
Dr. Kobylinski, of what we do know about this case, what do you find significant? What do you find intriguing?
Well, I think we're missing a lot, although we have our hands on the timeline, more or less. We need to know the time of death, but what we really need to have is the autopsy report, and of course we need the crime lab report, because although this is a mystery wrapped in a conundrum, once the lab goes through the various items found at the crime scene, they may have a quick answer as to who did this. I say who, assuming it's a single individual, there may be more. But I like the idea that there might have been somebody in the back seat of that car, and she wasn't aware of it until it was too late, and then sent that Venmo message and money to her daughter. There's a lot we don't know, but like I said, it's possible that once the analysis is completed, we might have some answers here.
Mike?
Let me stop there. He said he likes that idea. Kind of creepy him saying that. But anyway, let's say somebody was back in the back. Would they have you sending money if it was a random person? Say, whoa. I'm a random person. I don't know you. Why would I have you sending money to your daughter? I don't know her. I don't know you. I'm trying to rob you. Why would I tell you send money to her? I have no intention to go to her because, one, I don't know you. I don't know where she is. She could have been back in Maryland, New York, Idaho, Utah. Stay woke. The only person that would gain anything from hiding in the back seat and forcing this woman to send money to an account would be somebody that knew her. So let's say somebody was in the far back compartment and they jumped out. They jumped out with a weapon. Knife, gun. Hey, sorry it has to go down like this, but I need you to play real quiet, real silent. Don't make any moves. I don't want to hurt you, but I need you to put this money in this account. Blah, blah, blah. Now imagine if this is somebody that knows the victim. I want you to just play along with me now for just a second. The only way this is going to work, in my mind logically, that somebody's in the back compartment. They crawl over the seat, startle her, threaten her with a weapon. They say, he, she, whomever, this is how it's going to go. You're going to send this money to this account. See, where there's a problem with this theory is that a random stranger is not going to have the mother send money to the daughter. That makes no logical sense because the stranger don't know the daughter. And if I'm robbing you, if that is the reason I'm in your car, it's to rob you, assault you, I am not about to sit here and watch you send money to your kid or whomever. Why would I do that? When I've got access to you, if I want to rob you, I'm going to take the money. I'm going to take whatever you got. How about this? Ding, ding, ding. I'm going to take the damn Venmo card myself. That's why I keep telling everybody, you got to pay attention. Everything you need to know has already been spun to you. You got to listen. A stranger ain't telling you to send no money nowhere when they're with the person with the money. So we know it ain't random. So that leaves a theory if the person was in the back seat, it's somebody that knows Debbie. And they're holding her against her will and make the transaction in the 10 minutes. And then they go off on a highway where they later kill her at this force. 2, she sees notifications on her phone that the Venmo's been compromised. Oh, shut up now. How did it go? You're going to go with the theory that somebody was in the back, knew the victim, held her against her will to do the transaction, took her down the highway to her death. 2, she gets notifications on her phone that shows that somebody has access to the account. And she's going to see who it's sent to because naturally you're going to open it up. It's going to have all that information in the app. What the hell's going on here? I ain't sent her no money. Is that how it happened? Is that what she was doing in the 10 minutes she was sitting in the car? She calling the husband. She's calling the daughter. Hey, what's going on here? I ain't send no money. Did you call the husband? Hey, did you send her money? I didn't verify this, blah, blah, blah. My understanding is that she and the husband shared the account. So was she calling the husband to say, hey, what you doing sending her almost $3,000? Is she also calling the daughter? Hey, what the hell's going on here? I didn't send you this. I want it back. Was she also putting in message to the support team? Hey, fraudulent claim. Stay woke. What was going on in 10 minutes? And who's verifying that all calls stopped at about what? 3:19, 3:17? Why would no calls be able to go into her phone, but she's driving at 3:19? Did she get mad and turn her phone off because she's pissed off about what she's seen pertaining to the Venmo account? See, a lot of you ain't paying attention because this thing can go a multitude of ways. Maybe Debbie got mad. If she wasn't held against her will while in that car, perhaps she got notifications about the account being compromised and she's pissed off and she's cussing everybody out. So she says, the hell with this. She turns her phone off. Is that what we're saying? What happened? I don't know. I'm just throwing out scenarios because something happened in there. But one thing we do know, she got in allegedly on the driver's side and got in her car and sits there. So what are we saying? And you don't see anybody running up to the car and jumping in the car. So that will leave the theory of somebody was already in there. They're holding her against her will, giving her instructions on where to go. 2, something's got her attention via her phone. And she's talking to somebody about something. So let's say she's talking to somebody. What was she talking about? They say she headed out south. That is allegedly the direction to go back home to Athens, Georgia. But what happened for her to be found near Force, 14 minutes away from the dollar store? What happened to Debbie Collier? What led her to that location? Did she drive herself there? Was she forced to drive there? What in the hell happened? Thank you for joining me.
King, Dr. K, he loves to get more and more information. I think the answer is somewhere in those papers behind him tonight. But
yeah, it's a lot of them, ain't it? Wow.
Your thoughts about some of the things that were revealed today at the press conference and what we do actually know about Debbie's day on September 10th.
The thing that jumped out at me immediately, Vinny, was my terminology would always be to talk about this as a death investigation. Boy, they blew right past that and went right to homicide. And that was really big to me. It tells me they've got a whole lot more than they're sharing. I thought there was quite a bit of transparency today. And at times I was thinking, oh, man, you're going too far. But the thing I kept thinking about is from that 217 mark to 255, the distance is too short. She didn't drive for that long. She made a stop somewhere probably. She either went shopping somewhere else, she visited a friend. So I think the forensics off of the vehicle, I think the forensics off of her phone are going to tell us a whole bunch. And hopefully law enforcement has interviewed whoever that mystery person is in between. Because, she passed, by my accounts, when I mapped all this out last night, she passed 9 dollar stores between her home and the store that she went to. That is unbelievable to me if she's just heading to a dollar store. There's some other reason she was up there, and that took her by a place where she could take care of another piece of business.
All right, I want to take a look at what we do know about the crime scene, or it could be the death scene. Well, it's a crime to leave a body there, so it's a crime scene, period. Take a look. On September 11th, Debbie's rental cars located in the area of Georgia 15 and Victory Home Lane in Clarksville, Georgia. Search of the scene resulted in locating the red tote bag, partially burnt blue tarp, Debbie's partially nude burnt body, Debbie's cell phone and purse were located at that scene. Dr. K, I'll let you jump into this one first. About what we do know, what was found at that scene has been revealed. What is significant to you?
Well, what it tells me is that there may very well be DNA on one or all of these items.
Exactly.
Cell phones.
Exactly.
For example, if the perpetrator touched the cell phone, that person could have left his DNA behind. There may be fingerprints, but often fingerprints are smudged and not useful. But DNA and trace evidence could be found on these various items. I also understand there was a live round cartridge that was found at the scene. DNA can be taken off of a cartridge. So there may be a lot of information that we just don't know yet until the lab is finished with their work. And I think the vehicle is something, another area of investigation that could be very informative.
Yes.
If it turns out that there was somebody else in that vehicle, that probably was, and therefore that person may have left his DNA behind, and that could reveal his identity.
All right, we've went through what we...
Let me stop right there. Very great points by this doctor about the items. I said this before when I first started talking about this case, and they mentioned the items discarded with the victim. Number one, why is she at this location? Was she drugged down, carried down, pushed down, rolled down? Was she dead when she got to the scene? Was she alive and tortured and then murdered? Why were the items discarded with the victim? You have to ask all those questions because it doesn't make any sense. She obviously purchased these items for a reason. So what are the odds that the items that she purchased, not that many, a tarp, a poncho, a lighter, and paper towels, why would they be down by that tree torched with the victim? And then you hear the lady mention the tree was also torched. This is crazy to me. You're trying to hide something. What is it that you're trying to hide? Because a random person has no need to hide nothing. Don't nobody know that I know her. Stay woke. Don't nobody know I know this lady. I'll do what I want to her, have my way. I'm only going to try to cover up anything if indeed I'm in the CODIS database. Bingo card. I'm already a felon, a sadist. So yeah, I'm going to try to cover up DNA as so nobody can get any fingerprints off the tarp, the bag, this and that, steering wheel, door handles in the car, console in the car. And yes, the car is, as I said, my smoking gun number 1. Ask yourself why she is there. 2, why are these things discarded with her? I do believe they were used deliberately to set her afire. This was planned, as they said. It was deliberate. Yes, it was. It was personal. Yes, it was. You're asking yourself 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in, how did they know that? I think it was obvious. This woman went and bought items used to set her ablaze. That was the whole reason why they were burned. Because you have to use deduction. What is the damn purpose of taking that stuff out of a car with the victim? You got this victim out here for a reason, whether it's robbery, sexual assault, whatever your game is, your funny game. But why do you need to take the items? Why do you need a tote? Why do you need a lighter? Why do you need a poncho? Why do you need a tarp? Ask yourself that. Because to somebody who don't really pay attention to details, it didn't even mean anything. I knew what time of day it was. The shirt being burned, her midsection being burned. Now we hear that the tree was burned. It was obvious. Set her ablaze. I got to cover this up. I got to cover this up because I know her and they're going to figure out that I am close to the victim. Not no Pookie, not no Ray Ray, not some random guy running around as a rapist, sadist, serial killer. Hell no. I got to cover up that I know her and she knows me. Bingo card. Hell yeah, you touched that stuff because you took it down there with her. You took it down there. You didn't think that they weren't going to figure out why you took the items down to the ravine with the victim. If they know their job, if they have covered many homicides, they're going to figure it out. That's their damn job. And if they can't figure it out, then they go get somebody that can help, such as GBI, the FBI. That's their job. You see, you always going to forget something. Whoever did this to Debbie Collier, you know you forgot something. You know that. And they know that. So what was left behind at the scene, besides the tarp, the tote, the lighter, the paper towels, the shirt burned, the victim, charred tree, what else was left behind? Footprints. Was it raining when they killed her? Or was it sunny? The day she was discovered on Sunday the 11th, it was raining. But was it raining the day before, if indeed that's the day she was down there? If we believe that the truck was there at 5 o'clock, same day she left the dollar store, which is less than 2 hours, she laid out there a long time suffering. Was she alive for a few hours, 20 minutes, 13 minutes, 10 minutes? We don't know. We have to wait on the autopsy. That's what's going to be interesting, is the death, the manner of death of Debbie Collier. But they knew it was deliberate because they've been working the case and they saw something the moment they went down and found she was dead, because we don't know the manner of death. She probably was strangled, beat up, shot. You hear that there was a fire round at the top of the hill. Does this have something to do with her death? Did somebody shoot at her? As soon as she got out of the car, shot at her feet. Hey, move, run, come on, let's go. Was she crying, screaming, no, please don't do this. I'll give you whatever you want. I'm sorry. Was she bargaining with her killers? Who is the killer? Who is the killer, Debbie Collier?
We do know when we come back what we still don't know in the case, plus coming up next hour.
All right, brief intermission. Thank you all so much for your time and following the Queen. You have to ask all these questions because we don't know what detectives know, but I do believe they do have an idea who killed Debbie Collier. They started putting the case together the moment they found the body out there in the ravine. It was obvious. They had an idea. But as I said, most killers, they leave behind something. So let's talk about the van. What was left in the van? Did they leave fingerprints on the door handles, the dash, the console? Her purse was also left behind, and her cell phone. Are any fingerprints on the cell phone, the bag? What all was taken out of the bag? Was all her belongings, wallets, credit cards in her purse? Has her accounts been compromised? Credit cards, anything opened up new under her name? Stay woke. I'm going to bring all that to you when I bring you this article, which is going to show you smoking gun number 3. So please remember what I've said in this commentary about the purse, about the credit cards, about the iCloud account, about the girl not having the password. Please listen carefully, because this is going to tie into the smoking gun number 3 that I'm going to reveal after this audio is over. Yes, this was personal, and I'm going to show you why. Thank you for joining me.
A senseless tragedy in Smokn.
Sorry, they're still talking. Thank you all so much for joining me. What about Blue Gloves? Only gloves I heard left behind is from Off the Cuffs Network. That crime scene gloves were left behind. Detectives left, or whoever was processing the scene. Hello, Sean.
Again, I want to reiterate to everyone that this is a very complex investigation. It has a lot of unanswered questions. It also has a lot of issues that you don't see in a typical death investigation. For that reason, it is going to take a significant amount of time, well beyond what we've had in the past 19 days, to solve this crime.
That's, putting it mildly, this case is complicated and strange. So I've got my investigators with us. What I want to do now is go over what we don't know about this case. Let's put a list up on the screen. Why was Debbie at a Family Dollar nearly 70 miles from her home? Where was her daughter, Amanda Bearden, the morning and afternoon of Saturday, September 10th? Who is they in that Venmo message, and what does the Venmo message really mean?
Exactly.
Did Debbie send the Venmo transfer and message herself? We don't know that. How did Debbie Collier die? What is the cause of death here? Jason Jensen, Lawrence Kobylinski, Dr. Lawrence Kobylinski, Mike King, all with us. Jason Jensen, which question do you want answered? That's gonna make things a lot clearer tonight.
Well, for me, it was always, how did she die? I mean, it seems so bizarre that she's partially nude out in the right off of a major thoroughfare, and she's got some burn scoring on her stomach. Well, how does that all compute?
Mike King, which question do you want answered?
I really like Jason's comment, and I think everybody wants to know what that darn autopsy report's going to come back like. It's going to tell us whether she inhaled an accelerant and a high temperatures. It's going to tell us whether she was deceased before she even ended up in that location. So we're going to figure out whether she was transported and that was a disposal site, or if it actually was a crime scene. But I'm really intrigued by her previous behaviors and kind of what she's done on other game days or when she's gone out in the woods with family to picnic or anything else. I just can't get over the fact that she's purchased some items that I think are pretty explainable. That tarp, if the weather's changing, and we certainly saw it raining the day after when her body's recovered, she bought a poncho for some reason, and was it because she was anticipating rain? Cell coverage is really good there, Vinny. From everything I can tell, we ought to be able to see where she was tracking before and during that event. And frankly, if what I heard earlier is you were reporting that the daughter said there's an iCloud account, we might even have some things like fall detections coming in. And that could be really interesting to see, because if she's being forced down a trail, there could be a number of tumbles along the way. And that's where we're going to see so much on the body. As far as we talked with Joe Scott the other night about the bottom of the feet being important.
Yes,
I'm
very
really
true.
hung up on all the other forensics around this thing, because I think they're going to make this really a clear picture when it's all said and done.
Dr. Kobylinski, of what we don't know now, what do you want to know? What do investigators need to know to kind of start to put this together?
Well, what I would like to know is why the police feel so strongly that this is not a random event. They seem to be pretty confident that this was a very personal and deliberate kind of murder, and that the perpetrator knew her. She may have not known him, but it just seems to me this could very well have been a random event. And I think the only way to approach this is through the forensics, because even if you know the timeline of the time of death and the cause of death and the manner of death, even if you know all of that, it's not going to be the solution. The solution is going to be identifying the perpetrator, and you do that through fingerprints or DNA. And there's certainly a lot of evidence in this case, physical evidence, that is, biological evidence perhaps. And you've got a vehicle, and you've got items that she purchased in the store that were found at the crime scene. A lot of these things could have DNA. And so I'm not saying DNA is the only thing here. It's a very crucial thing, because it could actually lead to the identity of the perpetrator. So I think that I agree with all the others on the panel that, looking at forensics is the way to go here. And I think maybe some facts will come forward, and then we can build a case.
Jason Jensen, I need to know why she's an hour plus north of where she lives.
Very good question.
I live in Georgia. It's game day. It's an hour before kickoff. She's head to toe dressed in Georgia Bulldog stuff. I need to know why she was there. Did someone lure her there? Was she supposed to meet someone? Can we find it in a text message? I'm so confused about why she would drive an hour away from Athens, dressed in Bulldog red, on game day. Jason.
You're right. It makes no sense, Benny, because her husband was working the parking lot of the game. You would think that she was dressed to go there and be supportive, waiting for him to be done, with his duties, and then go enjoy the game together. But instead, 70 miles away, Mike mentioned a number of different Family Dollar stores that she passed to get to that particular one, 70 miles away.
Yes.
It's, the cell data is really going to reveal where she went and perhaps identify who she met.
Yeah, and Mike, the investigators talk a lot about that data. They're waiting to get stuff back. And so I think that may be an absolute key to tracking where everyone is all day long. We have about 20 seconds, Mike. I'll give you the last word.
You spot on. I think that's going to help us paint the picture. But you know what? There are interviews. As soon as they identify who she was visiting before she went to the dollar store, why she's going there, what's normal behavior, and what's behavior outside the norm. This is a low-risk victim, and the only thing that would change it is the circumstance and environment she grew into.
Great job on this Friday night. Jason Jensen, Dr. Lawrence Kobylinski, and Mike King, thank you so much. I'll see you all very, very
All right, everybody, that was Court TV. I want to thank you all so much. Queen is going to try to chop up I talked in between the guys speaking because it makes it easier to cut down the time so the live won't be so winded with me trying to remember everything after 43 minutes of the audio playing. Why was she in North Georgia? Going to a game, going to see a friend, lured there in the area, shopping, looking for something particular, meeting a friend, entanglement, affair, what? Why was she up there? You have to ask all those questions. You hear this one man saying, hey, who's to say it wasn't random? So basically you're saying what? The police got it wrong. That's basically what you're saying, sir. It's the police got it wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. Well, we can't say they don't know what they're talking about because they've been investigating for a couple of weeks. So you don't know what they've seen. You don't know what they've heard. You don't know what they've gathered. So you can't say. It wasn't. It was random, rather. Why would you say it was random? Because I'm going to keep pointing you guys to that van, smoking gun number 1. If it's random, I want you all to visualize a stretch of highway with nothing on either side but trees. If you go back to the end of this video, which is posted to my community board, they show you a visual of the highway. It's nothing out there. I mean, nothing but open road and trees. Why in the hell am I going to kidnap somebody, lure somebody? Can't say lure, let's say kidnap. Force her in the car. Go out here to this area that I had to have known. Because let me tell you, it's nothing but highway, trees, and then a little parking area off the highway where you can park your car, truck, whatever. That leads me to believe you've been there before. Bingo card. Oh, you wasn't expecting that, were you? How about if I tell you that I believe somebody's been there to the area? That this was all planned, orchestrated, personal, deliberate, as officials have told you. They've been to that spot before. That's why they knew to park it there. Because when you see the visual of the location, there's nothing out there. No 7-Eleven, no nothing. Nothing from the visual from the street where her truck was parked. So therefore, I can assume the killer has been to this locale before. Because even if I was driving down that stretch of highway, if I'm not familiar with that area, I have no reason to ever pull over in that parking space where she sat. If you understand what I'm saying. Because if you're driving 70 miles an hour, you're going to pass it. You'd only stop there if you were looking for a place to pull over, possibly to use the bathroom, or you weren't feeling well. Stay woke, everybody. Stay woke. Is it possible our killer has been to that locale and knew of that little spot where you could park off the highway? Hung out around in there, smoking, chiefing. You see where I'm going with this? There's a reason for everything that's done. There's a reason she was up there. Was she lured there? I don't believe it's random because, as I told you, when you look at the area, the killer would have to be able to get out of there. The killer would then have to walk on foot. Why am I going to walk on foot when I have a whole van that I can use? I'm not getting ready to jump in somebody's car, force them in their car, have my way with them, torture them, burn them, kill them, come up the damn hill, and then walk past a full damn truck and hitchhike my way out of there. For what reason? Oh, let me call an Uber. You want me to believe the killer called an Uber from out in the middle of nowhere after killing Debbie Collier? This is why you know it wasn't random. They knew that when they went to the scene and saw the victim. You think they didn't realize that when the GPS took them out there? They pulled up. They saw the van. 2, it's raining. 3, let's look around. Where's the victim? 4, she ain't in the car. 5, oh, let's go down the hill. Boom. There's the victim. Oops, she's half naked. Oops, she's burned. Oops, the tree's burned. Oh, my goodness. There's other stuff laying with her. Use your head. Now, I got to think like the killer. How do you think detectives find killers? Because you got to think like them. I'm a killer. I followed her, jumped her, forced her in her car. I take her out here in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing out here. Boom, I'm done with her. I come up the hill. How the hell am I going to get out of here? Oops, she's got a van. She's got a van. Let me drive this van out of here. But the killer didn't. This is how they knew it was deliberate and planned. Because they left the van. How could you all miss that? I'm not getting ready to go through all this trouble, killing this person, and hitchhike my ass out of no damn force. For what? When I got a whole car with the keys in it and tinted windows. No, I'm driving this bad boy out of here. And then I'm going to dump this van near where I live so I don't have to even walk fucking far. That's how they knew. That's how they knew it was personal and deliberate. The van was left behind. God forbid, her credit cards were left with her in the purse. God forbid, she still had jewelry on. Stay woke. And the most common sense of all, whether it was sexual assault, deliberate homicide, animosity, the person had to have a way to get there with the victim. And if they didn't come in a second car, he or she or they had to get out of there, and it's in the middle of nowhere. That leaves deliberate, orchestrated. Lured her there, followed her there. One of the two. You forced her there by jumping in her car or hitting the car. Let's go with that theory. You lured her there, saying you were stranded, out of gas, car broke down. Or 3, you followed her there. But it wasn't random. Because an average bloke would have taken her van somewhere else and dumped it close to where they live. Thank you for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. Smoking gun number 3. I want to see who's the lucky person in the audience that's going to figure out where the Queen's taking them today. Thank you so much. TheSun.com is the source. Please listen carefully to the information. I brought you smoking gun number 1, the van. Smoking gun number 2, the Venmo account. Smoking gun number 3. Please listen carefully. Somebody's been digging up somebody's past. Oh yeah, the rabbit hole goes deep. And it doesn't have anything directly to do with Debbie Collier, but because her daughter and boyfriend's past has come up as being violent, drug addiction, they've decided to go find out stuff on his mama. Ooh. Let's go. The mother of a self-described suspect in the mysterious murder of Debbie Collier was arrested and sentenced to 30 years in prison for trafficking and selling crystal meth. The U.S. Sun can reveal Vicki Lynn Terrell, the mother of Debbie's daughter's boyfriend, Andrew Gagarich, was caught red-handed attempting to peddle the dangerous drug to an undercover police officer during a sting operation in July of 2021. Inside this article, you will see a mugshot of Vicki Lynn. Below that is a picture of her and her son at an event where he won an award as an amateur MMA fighter. According to documents obtained by the U.S. Sun, Terrell, 49, was arrested alongside 2 others after unwittingly meeting with an undercover cop and attempting to sell them 2 ounces of methamphetamine for $750. Terrell met with the undercover officer outside of a Dollar General store in Statham, Georgia on July 19, 2021 and climbed into the passenger seat of their car, telling the cop to front her the cash or pay in advance for the drugs. When the officer refused, Terrell led them to a nearby gas station where 2 of her associates were waiting in a blue Toyota Scion. When Terrell entered the other vehicle, a takedown signal was given by another officer waiting nearby, and all 3 occupants of the blue Toyota were taken into custody by the Barrow County Sheriff's Office SWAT team. An additional bag of meth was found discarded beneath the car. Terrell quickly confessed to her role in the crime, and she was later issued a sentence of 30 years in prison for possessing, trafficking, and selling methamphetamine. She began her sentence in December last year and won't be considered for release until at least 2036, court documents show. Prior to her arrest, Terrell had been an avid supporter of her son's amateur mixed martial arts fighting career, even serving as the administration of his Facebook fan page, Andrew the Gladiator Geigerich. Geigerich, who boasts a record of 4 wins and 3 losses before ceasing fighting in 2018, has apparently found himself in the sights of police in recent weeks following the murder of Debbie Collier. Let's go here. Why did he stop fighting? You need a job, you need money. Did he stop fighting because he just got tired of his career? I find it interesting that his mother trafficked drugs, sold drugs, got caught in a drug deal. How long has the mother been getting high? Was she a pivotal role in his upbringing? Don't you find it strange that he's been dealing with this Amanda person who's a drug addict, been stealing from him? You hear him saying this on a police body cam during interrogation, but yet he's still with her. That's number one. Number two, why would you stay with an addict? Number three, your mother is an addict. And as I told you earlier, is it possible that he's also an addict, but he's been putting all the blame on her as the addict because possibly he has more control as an addict? And you do have addicts who have somewhat of self-control. They can hold down a job, they can pay rent, but then somebody else gets high, they let everything go. They don't pay rent, they don't pay bills, they lose their children. I always told you there was something off with these two being together because I told myself, at some point a person is going to get tired of being robbed by a person. You're going to get tired of loving an empty vessel that doesn't care about anything. And when you chase drugs, you're empty. That's common sense. You're an alcoholic. You're empty. You're chasing something out there that doesn't exist. But why am I going to ride the ride with you just to say I love you? So I'm going to ask the question now. Why would he date this girl continuously knowing she's been stealing from him? And I want you to listen because the smoking gun is in this commentary. Number 3. The mother is an addict. She's now doing 30 years. He meets this girl. She's an addict. So now I'm supposed to believe he's not an addict? Is Andrew an addict? And he's been downplaying his own addiction and putting it all off on the girl. Stay woke. I'm going to finish this commentary. Please listen carefully to what I'm reading to you now. Once again, everybody knows the decedent was 59, found September 11th in Clarksville, Georgia. Reported missing the day before by her daughter, Amanda Bearden, and the husband, Stephen Collier. She was last seen at a Family Dollar after 3 p.m. on September 10th. After leaving the store, a Venmo transaction of $23.85 was sent to Amanda from Collier's account along with a strange message. They're not going to let me go. Love you. There's a key to the house in the blue flower pot by the door. Her phone was switched off just 2 minutes later. Who is verifying this information of the phone switching off? Have authorities accessed Debbie's phone say she turned the phone off herself or the phone went dead? Which is it? Do know that the phone and the purse were found with the victim. In this article, you're going to see a picture of the victim. You're going to see a picture of the daughter. Police ruled out suicide or a random act of violence, saying at a press conference Friday, the murder appeared to be personal and targeted. Death has not been confirmed yet, waiting on an autopsy. No one has been ruled out as the probe continues. No suspects have been named. Speaking to the media last week, Gigerich, 27, this is the boyfriend of the daughter, revealed that he and Bearden, 37, had been both interrogated by police following the discovery of Collier's body. How interesting. The boyfriend is 27, the girlfriend is 37. Is everybody following this content? He's been dating an older woman who's an addict. But yet you don't hear any mention that he's an addict, but Queen's got a feeling he's possibly an addict too, because what's the motivation behind chasing him behind an attic. And they also have ties to Georgia. Her mother lived here in Georgia with the stepfather. His mother obviously lived here in Georgia because she had an arrest in Georgia, Statham, Georgia, and she now has 30 years. So both have ties to Georgia. Were they born here? Went to school in Georgia? What's the 411 on the background of the children raised, college, work history? Because all that's going to tie into how the hell they got to Maryland, why they were in Maryland, and what made them come back to Tennessee. Because everybody looks like they have ties to Georgia. Georgia. I want to say Tennessee. Why they have ties to Georgia? Because there's something there. And possibly if they were raised here, they went somewhere else to live. They're saying the brother lived up there. She lived up there in an apartment complex where the brother lived. What happened up there? Why did they come back? So let's go there. Raised, born in Georgia, what? How long did they live in Georgia? When did they go to Maryland? How long did they live in Maryland? Arrests, convictions, trouble up there, domestic assaults. What all happened in Maryland? How long were they there? Somebody said that she was living with the brother. I don't know. Did he put her out? But then they said she had her own separate apartment. I don't know. On and off with the boyfriend. Why? You got to follow what's obvious. These two are dysfunctional and problematic for each other, both abusing each other. History of a mother having addiction. This is just a trouble web of people afflicted. Narcotics. Once again, he's 27, she's 37. They've both been interrogated by the police after the body was discovered. They said they've interrogated all of us, he told the NY Post. The people who are closest to Debbie are kind of looked at as suspects right now, quote unquote. Police have not stated that they are treating Geigerich as a suspect. Geigerich added that police had also seized his and Bearden's phones. Neither Geigerich nor Bearden has been accused of any wrongdoing in the death of Debbie Collier. In an emotional interview after her mother's body was found, Bearden told CBS 46, "Somebody took my whole world from me." Interesting. She was a beautiful, kind, giving woman, and she didn't deserve any of this. I want justice for my mom, quote unquote. Geigerich also spoken publicly about Collier's death, denying any involvement in the murder to Fox News and insisting he and Bearden were scared. It's weird, he added. I feel like the sheriff's department may have some leads, but they won't tell us anything. Geigerich said that he and Bearden last saw Collier the day before she disappeared when she had bought them lunch. The couple, who are described as being in an on and off relationship, moved to Athens from Maryland just 2 days before Collier's disappearance. Their home was raided by police on September 14th, police documents say. Let me stop there. Why would your house be raided in the murder of the mother? You only been here 48 hours. The day before, let me read that carefully. They say that he and Bearden last saw Collier the day before she disappeared when she bought them lunch. Is everybody really listening to what I'm saying? Because what you need to know is in this article about the suspect and the motive of Debbie Collier. Are you sure that you only saw her the day before, Andrew? Because your girlfriend has told officials and the stepfather that the mother left her purse behind. She only left out with an ID and a debit card. So that means she had to have seen the mother the day of, which was the 10th. Everybody stay woke now. This is why I keep telling everybody why you have to listen to the details, because it will make sense in the long run. When did you last see Debbie Collier, Andrew? Amanda, when did you last see your mother? Was it the 9th on a Friday or the 10th on Saturday? Because that's conflicting information. There was a disturbance at the house. Was that the time when you actually last saw the mom? See, you don't know what to think. Because who was out there arguing and fussing on the 9th? The night before she went on her trip to her death. Now you all are saying she bought you lunch. So let's just say you ate lunch between 11 and 3. That's the last time you saw Debbie Collier. So who the hell was out there arguing at the house? Debbie and her husband? He ain't seen the wife either. He last saw her 9 p.m. But yet he saw her car in the drive. And we know she was alive after him seeing the car because she's on surveillance. Almost 3 o'clock going into a dollar store way up the highway. Smoking Gun is right in front of you all. I'm going to bring it to you. Once again, they just moved here to Athens from Maryland. For anybody that's confused about where they lived, if they lived in a house, apartment, homeless, the information is right here, sun.com. They moved to Athens from Maryland 2 days before Collier's disappearance. Home rated September 14th. Additional records show the pair have a history of domestic violence and other legal infractions. Most recently, Geigers was arrested September 2021 for violating a non-contact order and banging on the front door of Bearden's home, accusing her of stealing money from him for drugs. This is just a year ago, September. Bearden called police and complained that Geigers, whom she had broken up with and kicked out, arrived from 8:30 and began beating on the door and yelled, according to an incident report. So what was she doing for a living to put him out of the house? Because if indeed she's the one stealing money from him, stealing out his account, well, how was she paying bills at the location where she was living? So let's go here. Number one, was she living on her own? Was the lease in her name? 2, was the lease in both of their names? 3, was she living with her brother or somebody else in Maryland, September 2021? Because in order to pay bills, you got to have income coming in or some source of income. Stay woke, everybody. Bearden called police, complained to Geigers, whom she had broken up with, as I said, kicked out. Right around 8:30, began beating on the door, according to the incident report. In recently released body cam footage, Geigers responds by telling officers that she'd been stealing his paychecks to buy dope. I didn't have a phone because my phone broke. So this is the dumbest mistake I've ever made. We linked our cards together so she can send herself money from my card. He tells the officers, the first person to touch my money is her. That's the only reason we've had any contact, because every week she takes $500 or $600 from my check, and I just don't see how that's right. Geigers tells police when asked why he violated the no contact order. And she goes and does dope with my money, he adds. She's probably on drugs right now. '82 viewing. Thank you so much for patronizing. Smoking Gun number 1. The van at the scene off of Bearden Highway. Smoking Gun number 2. The Venmo account. Who sent it to Amanda? Did the mother send it to stepfather? Or was her account accessed by somebody that knew her and sent it to themselves, which would be Amanda? Number 3, the Smoking Gun. Number 3 is what I just repeated in this commentary out of Andrew's own mouth. We linked our cards together so she can send herself money from my card. The first person to touch my money is her. Bingo card. She knows how to access debit cards, Venmo cards. She's been stealing from this boyfriend who refuses to leave her alone, and she refuses to leave him alone. They had a no-contact order last fall, and yet they are still together living in the state of Georgia from Maryland. Why is that? Is Andrew also an addict? Because why are you fooling with an addict? Why did you not take your name off the account linked to her account? So all you had to do was unlink yourself because you like the drama. You're attracted to the drama because you're attracted to this bobblehead, which is a addict. And that leads me to believe that possibly you're an addict because people are known to start getting high after hanging with people that get high, dating people who get high, married to people who get high. So the one who started out sober becomes an addict as well. Is that what's going on between these two? We're now talking about two addicts, thirsty, hungry for money, and they are the culprits behind the murder of Debbie Collier. He just told you here, she linked our cards together. I'm only going over here to get my money she stole from me. And in this commentary, you hear her say on the dispatch call, I've got her iCloud information, but I don't have the password. There you have it. 2 days living in the state of Georgia, and she's telling the dispatch she has access to an iCloud belonging to the mother, but didn't have a password that worked. Why did you need a password? Why are you having access to the iCloud? How about that? I'm just curious. I don't know anything about iCloud. I don't know anything about it. But we're going to dig into it. We're going to dig into it. The no-contact order Geigerich violated stemmed from another domestic dispute months earlier in May 2021, in which he also allegedly threatened Bearden's family in a hand-scrawled note. Have a nice life, you lying ass, B-I-T-C-H. Don't ever contact me again, Geigerich was accused of writing. If you or your family ever come near me again, I will hurt them. According to the police documents from that incident, Bearden claimed that Geigerich had broken into her home and attacked her. The report notes that Bearden had bruises on her shoulders and arms. Geigerich was arrested and charged with a number of offenses, including battery. He pled guilty and was sentenced to probation. He was also ordered to stay away from Bearden, who was also arrested and charged at the same time for making a false police report by claiming Geigerich had broken into their home when they actually lived together. After the incident, a fast-track arraignment was made for him in June 21, noting it was his second or subsequent arrest for a family violence offense. He was banned from contacting Bearden before violating that order 3 months later. September 2021, Geigerich was arrested for misdemeanor DUI, reckless driving, marijuana possession, failure to wear a seatbelt, and not having the required tag lights. He pled guilty to this. Tag lights and the reckless driving. Rest of the charges were dismissed. Amanda Bearden also has an extensive rap sheet that includes arrest for battery, falsifying a drug test. Wow, it gets interesting. We sleep with stuff in front of our front door and back door because we didn't have anything to do with this, Geigerich told Fox News after Debbie's murder. We're a little scared ourselves. TheSun.com is the source. Exactly, Michelle. I do believe Amanda and Andrew are behind the death of this woman. He's been following in behind a junkie and possibly is a junkie himself now. The fact that she's been accessing the iCloud with no password, linking up their cards together before even moving to the state of Georgia and stealing his money shows you she knows how to fumble around with debit cards, money cards, for theft, purposes of theft, to purchase narcotics. So why would I think she wouldn't do it to her own mother? What's that the reason for moving to Georgia? Was to violate and rob Debbie Collier. I'm going to get back at her. Did they have animosity between each other? Did they have a strained relationship? Is it possible that Andrew wanted payback for all the stuff Amanda has put him through? And he orchestrated this by himself. I don't know. But they both have history of violence, lying, back and forth with each other. So I don't put it past either one. Smoking gun number 3. Her accessing his debit card to steal money. And then we have smoking gun number 2, a Venmo account with money sent to her by an alleged Debbie Collier. put the two together. Because where there's smoke, there is fire. Let's do a little Google search, if you don't mind. How far is Statham, Georgia to Athens, Georgia? Okay. Hold on one second, you guys. How far is Statham, Georgia to Athens, Georgia? For some reason, it won't come up. This is strange. Hold on one second. I want to do something. Statham, Georgia is 24 minutes to Athens. Statham will possibly be more considered west of Athens, Georgia. Many of you are going to ask, why am I looking this up? Because this is where his mother was arrested last year for methamphetamine, which shows he possibly is familiar with Statham as well. These two are from Georgia, lived in Georgia. Their parents live in Georgia. I'm trying to show you a connection to this case. Her parents living here. His mother lived in Statham. Statham is only 24 minutes away. How did they meet? Naturally, they possibly met in Georgia. At some point, they lived in Maryland. Now they're here again. His mother catches a charge of a drug bust at, of all stores, Family Dollar. Shut up, Queen. Do you see the correlations? Possibly Family Dollar has some type of irrelevant significance to this crime of Debbie Collier. Mother gets arrested at a Family Dollar in Statham, 24 minutes away from Athens. And the last place this woman is seen alive, allegedly, is a Family Dollar in North Georgia, an hour and 30 minutes away. Could it be retribution? My mom's gone. She did a drug deal at a Family Dollar 24 minutes away from Athens, where Debbie Collier was living. I'm going to take down your mama from a Family Dollar. I don't know. Could be happenstance, this Family Dollar connection. But when you're dealing with people who are diabolical and evil and mad at the world and vengeful, all bets are off. Dollar General? Was it Dollar General? Let me go back in there. Could have sworn it said, hold on one second, sweetie. Okay. It's taking forever to load up. Hold on. I just saw it here a minute ago. Strange. Oh, Dollar General. Sorry about that. Dollar General store. Okay. So, I don't know. Yeah, still a dollar store. Yeah. My thing is, it's still strange. May not have any correlations, but people hold on to things visually in their memory because we don't know the relationship between he and his mother. But that's going to always be a last thought of his mother. This is where my mother went down, a dollar store. Let's say that. And I do find it interesting that this woman is last seen leaving a dollar store. So did Debbie Collier stop somewhere else after the Family Dollar? Did she go somewhere else? Is it possible she picked up somebody forced her into her vehicle, she went into another store, she didn't lock the doors? What are we saying? But what did I tell you about that? The reason why I don't believe it's random is for the obvious reason. The smoking gun, number one, the van was left behind in the middle of nowhere. The killer would have to use her van to get out of there. Why would they not use her van? I'm not getting ready to lure this person or jump in their car, kidnap them. The car is the only transportation I'm using in the commission of a crime. And then after I assault this woman, kill this woman, I'm going to go walk down an empty highway and hitchhike when I got a whole van I can use to get where I need to go. Drop the van off somewhere close to where I live. Come on, make it make sense. 2 hours in. Thank you for joining me. Excuse that correction of me at the Family Dollar versus Dollar General. Still, something about that to me. Could be nothing, but it's something strange to me about that. What I've shown you in this live is not make-believe, not rhetoric, not nothing made up. This is information coming from the people affiliated with Vicky, law enforcement, surveillance, and a device and an app. There's a thief in this storyline, and the thief steals because she has a drug problem. And if she is stolen from one person that allegedly she cares for or love, why would she not steal from her own mother? Because some people feel like there's supposed to be a code of honor among thieves. Well, that's rhetoric. Depends on how desperate you get. If you decide that you want to have honor with another thief. There is no honor in the street. For anybody that's ever lived a street life, whether you sold drugs, you were a drug runner, you're addicted to drugs, you stole for a living to purchase drugs, there will never be any honor. Because the same person that will chase in behind the dope dealer is the same person that'll set the dope dealer up to be arrested. And we know that dope dealers get more time in prison than the user, which I don't think is right. Because in the end, you're going to use drugs whether a person sells it to you or not. You will find and make a way to get a drug. Or you will find some source of product to get high on. That has nothing to do with the guy over here who sold you meth, crack, heroin. It's personal. An addict is an addict. And if they can't get one drug, they'll find another. And if the dope man ain't got it, they'll find another dope man or dope woman. It's all the same. It's all the same. These two are evilly yoked in madness. Andrew and Amanda. A and A. Don't you find it interesting? They both have the same initials. First name. Stay woke. Mommy's an addict. doing 30 years in prison. Meets a girl, falls for a girl, can't leave her alone. She's an addict. And you want me to believe he ain't an addict. He is possibly what someone in the chat has said, a functioning addict. But nonetheless an addict. Perhaps this is retribution. Payback for all the things Amanda has done to him. I'm going to get her mama. I'm going to get the daddy. I'm going to get whatever I can get. They got money. Daddy has properties, works a good job. Mama has a decent job. They possibly had a nice house. Payback so you know what. I'm in it to win. I don't care about anybody. She ain't never cared about me. Who's to say who orchestrated this crime? But I got a feeling these are your two demons that orchestrated the death of Debbie Collier. As officials said, it was deliberate, it was personal. 2 weeks in, 3 weeks in, they knew what time of day it was when they got to the scene of the crime. And nobody's going to leave anything of value around a crackhead. Understand that. Did the woman even want the girl back here living? What kind of troubles has she endured with her daughter, Amanda? How long has Amanda been using drugs? She's almost 40 years old. So you're sitting here talking about a 37-year-old crackhead. That's a hell of a burden because perhaps this girl's been using 10, 15 years, 20 years. That becomes old, always calling somebody, needing trouble, needing money. It gets old real quick. Hey, mama, hey, mama, hey, mama, I need this, I'm in jail, I'm locked up, blah, blah, blah. Who the hell wants to keep getting a phone call for somebody that's grown, that knows better? Frankly, I wouldn't even wanted her back in Georgia. You're entitled to go wherever you want, but don't come near me. I don't care that you're my child or not. I don't want you near me. Because this story is all too relevant to many stories that happen in America of people dealing with crackheads and junkies. They somehow find their way in the rabbit hole. Unwillingly. Because so long as you deal with an addict, you are going to be in some drama. That's the bottom line. It does not matter that you did not intend to do anything. You didn't intend to aid anybody. But so long as you fool with a damn junkie, you are going to be in some mess. And that is what I believe happened to Debbie Collier. Her daughter and boyfriend are behind this woman's death. Because the fact that he has told the story in this commentary that she's breached his account by stealing his money and linking their accounts, she knew how to do that. So she knew how to access the mother's account from a device. Let's see about this iCloud business. I want to make sure I'm thorough in the information I'm bringing you. Thank you so much for joining me. You want to donate to this channel, $, Big Angie, 129 Cash App. All stickers and chats are welcome. What is an iCloud account?
Apple ID is an authentication method used by Apple for iPhone, iPad, Mac, and other Apple devices.
Apple ID is an authentication method used by Apple for iPhone, iPad, Mac, and other Apple devices. Apple ID contains the user's personal information and settings. Repeat. Apple IDs contain the user's personal information and settings. When an Apple ID is used to log into an Apple device, the device will automatically use the settings associated with the Apple ID. What about that? What is the purpose of an iCloud account? iCloud is a service from Apple that securely stores your photos, files, notes, passwords, and other data in the cloud and keeps it up to date across all your devices automatically. iCloud also makes it easy to share photos, files, notes, and more with friends and family. Is iCloud account the same as an email? When you create an Apple ID, you enter an email address. This email address is your Apple ID. and the username that you use to sign into Apple services like Apple Music and iCloud. It's also the contact email address to your account. Need I say more? What is the one thing she said to the dispatcher on September 10th? I don't know if possibly you could help find my mama by her iCloud account or not. I've been trying to access it, but I don't have the password. I've been trying to use a password. Are you all following what I'm saying to you? This Apple business is for your own personal use of your device and devices associated with your email address. So that means nobody has any business trying to access your iCloud unless it is for facetious reasons. What are the disadvantages of iCloud? This should be interesting. iCloud charges steep monthly fees. Perhaps the most widely discussed disadvantage of iCloud Plus involves fees. You need a lot of storage to use every iCloud Plus service. iCloud can be slow to sync. Interesting. Do I really need an iCloud? iCloud backup is a feature on iPhones, iPads, iPods, and backs up your entire device to iCloud just in case something unfortunate happens. Imagine that. You should definitely use iCloud backup, whether it's a toilet phone or you leave it on the roof of your car. iPhones live dangerous lives, and you should always have a backup. February 16, 2022. I love this Google search because it sure brings up everything. Is my Apple ID password the same as my iCloud email password? Apple ID password is the same thing as the iCloud password. The following two links should help you. What to do after you change your Apple ID email address or password. Apple support. Apple ID password is the same as the iCloud password. Interesting. So why were you trying to figure out her password? Because you were trying to help the police allegedly find your mom. So you said. And that could be the truth. Don't let me be nasty. Perhaps she was trying to help the police. Here, I'll help you get into her phone, and then you can track her phone to where she is. But let's go there, Amanda, Andrew, because you know Queen don't miss a beat. If indeed you are the culprit to killing Debbie Collier, you knew her phone was off. So how would she be tracked by the phone? So that left Sirius XM through the rental van. Shut up, Queen. How about that? You want to hit the link? Feel free to join the Queen up here and give your commentary pertaining to the murder of Debbie Collier, the smoking gun number 1, 2, and 3, and the other little entities that have been involved in this case, such as the debris left behind with the victim near the ravine. They're also little bitty guns, smoking guns. Very interesting. How do I find my iCloud email? Go to iCloud.com. Sign in using your username and password. If you haven't signed in to the iCloud.com before, follow the verification prompts to give the iCloud website access to your account data. How do I open an iCloud account? This is for emails on Android. Head to the Apple ID page and sign in. On the Manage page, look for Sign In and Security. Clip app-specific passwords, then generate an app-specific password. You'll be prompted to enter a description for the password, then click Create. Very interesting. Can you make an iCloud email for free? How to create free iCloud email address. Grab your iOS device or Mac on the iPhone, iPad, tap Settings. Choose your name, tap iCloud, and then choose Turn on Mail. Next, follow the on-screen instructions. How do I remove my email from iCloud? In Mail on iCloud.com, select the message or messages you want to delete. Tip: to select all messages in a folder, press Command-A on a Mac or Control-A on a Windows computer. 2, do any of the following. If you selected one message, click at the top right. If you selected multiple messages, click Delete. Can you have 2 Apple IDs? This is interesting. Answer A. An iPhone is meant to be a single Apple ID device. You can use one Apple ID for iCloud and another for messages, FaceTime, but you can't use 2 Apple IDs for one sign-in, such as iCloud. It says wrong. Oh, is it wrong? Sorry about that, A-Balance. Sorry about that. Let me look again, baby. I know I can't even see. QS8R. This is crazy. 5RCE. Oh, I see where I made the mistake. I pressed the wrong letter. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I figured I made a mistake. I'm sitting up here trying to get all this information out of here. Sorry about that, sweetheart. One was a letter and one was a number. See, I always like to bring you information so nobody can come in the chat asking, well, what about this and what about this? I want to make sure I cover everything so we can get information, because I don't have an iPhone, so therefore I didn't know anything about any of this. And I said, make sure you mention to the chat anything about the account as to say, hey, it is relevant to the information. Thank you all for joining me. Try that, AB. I'm 2 hours and 16 minutes in. Thank you all so much for joining me. I believe we got a guest that wants to come up here. I told you this will be a long-winded live because I wanted to play that audio from Court TV. I wanted to chop up everything that was said by Vinny and the guest. And I also wanted to bring you that article by thesun.com. Please refer to The Sun if you need verification for any information I brought to you from it. But the smoking gun number 3 is that she has hacked into his account. He still stayed with her knowing she stole his money. And now we have this issue of the iCloud being mentioned on a dispatch call. It could be nothing. It could be she was concerned about her mother trying to help, or as someone said in the chat, she was fishing for information, trying to see. But the dispatcher can't tell you anything. You're the one calling her. Well, she can't tell you anything. She can't tell you, oh yeah, let me tell you about this. That's not her job. She's waiting for you to call her and give her information. You're all entitled to your opinion pertaining to Amanda and Andrew. I don't trust these two at all. I don't trust these two. And I know you're not supposed to jump the gun on who did what, who's involved, but I always listen to the details, because I know that in the details of anything given by law officials and people that know the victim, that there's something in the information. And that's how I look at it. And I think this Amanda has spoken too much. That's what I think. I think she has spoken and she's given herself away, to me, it's my opinion. Such as being scared and barricading the doors, she and Andrew in their home. Why are you barricading the doors? We don't know that the mother was affiliated with any type of deviant criminals, or she had done anything wrong illegally, that somebody would come back and seek retribution towards her family. So why would you be barricading yourself in the house? That's strange to me. But then it could be also what I said. You fear retribution from the community, not the person that killed her. Because if indeed you know about the crime, then you already know who killed her. And you know those people aren't going to do anything because you're the damn killer. So therefore, that leaves the community. Did you try the link now? Is it working? '74th viewing. If you'd like to hit the link, come up, give your opinion pertaining to this deliberate personal murder, Debbie Collier. This is what law officials have to say. I agree with them. Good evening.
Hey, Queen.
How are
this
you?
Is pretty interesting story. As soon as I read that Sun article about mom being locked up for, I can't believe she got 30 years.
It's the South, honey.
Years.
That's the South. Let me make that clear to anybody that's not familiar with how we do business down here. Because of the influx of the pill mill coming out of Florida and many deaths and overdoses here in the South, because they are very prevalent, they are now giving you stricter prison sentences for dealing any type of heroin, pills, or methamphetamine.
Yeah, chemicals or synthetic drugs or things like that.
Yeah.
I apologize. I got a bit of a cold this morning, but
that's okay.
So
go ahead.
This mother, so this young Andrew's 27 years old.
Yes.
Amanda's 37 or 36.
Yes.
So he's probably under some sort of bullshit illusion from her, and it probably runs in the family to a certain extent. Like Andrew has grown up around her mom being a meth dealer.
Okay.
He's probably seen it all. Like,
yeah.
How can you not think that this guy is? This has something to do with meth at this point.
Yes.
And in my mind, it comes down to the fact that Amanda is so manipulative with money.
Yes.
That she's probably has the feeling, or she knows that she's the beneficiary to whatever life insurance that Debbie had with her previous employer, and arranged something.
But all that would go to her husband.
They haven't been married very long.
Oh, really? How long have they been married?
I don't know that for a fact. I'm trying to find that out.
Okay.
Trying to find out how long they've been together.
Because I can't see her leaving that daughter really anything. I would see everything going to her husband or son, perhaps, if she delegated anything. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it would just be a simple name. So whenever she was actively working for the life insurance, working for the real estate broker, she would have at that point in time put down the name of the beneficiary. Okay. And very rarely do people ever go in and change that after.
Okay, I see.
And I'm thinking that maybe she was employed there before she was with Steve, or potentially, and it goes from there. Maybe she's on as a beneficiary. She can name more than one.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Daniel Kelly says 9 years. Yeah, I thought she had been married a little while.
Married 9 years, Daniel Kelly? Well, that's quite a while.
Yeah, that's quite a while. And that's enough time to start changing things according to how you're dealing with your family and your husband.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a bit more clouded then. Maybe it's not quite as direct, but there has to be a reason. Like, you don't really want to snuff out your sugar mama in that aspect. Like, what would be the motivation of killing your own mom? I'm wondering if there's something deeper that we don't see.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Back and forth dealing with calling your mom, needing money. Oh, you're late on your rent. Oh, I got to pay the probation fees. Oh, I got arrested. Hey, I need a bond. Hey, I need a bail. That shit gets old real quick.
I wonder if it has something to do with where Andrew's mom is right now.
24 minutes away. Statham, where she caught her charge to Athens, Georgia. So everybody keeps throwing out this, oh, she was up near there, working here, working there. I told people, you got to listen to the information. That girl ain't getting ready to go work no damn hour and a half away from Athens, Georgia. Who does that? You only go take a salary job if it's an hour and a half away. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money on gas to get there and back. There's 2 hours of your day gone.
Yeah, and she's not going to do that. Because you got to remember, she's an addict. She's not reliable. You think she's going to go up and get in a car and drive an hour and a half away to a job?
So the manipulation, I wonder if it carried over into something in the background. And Andrew's blaming, because Andrew probably doesn't know how to handle very many situations.
Yeah.
Hence his MMA career. And, seeing the pictures, her mom is like that, she's obviously, no good.
Yeah. Mom threatened to take Amanda out of the wheel. Daniel, where are you getting that from? Do you think I'm getting ready to talk about a will with a addict? Never. I know everybody does things differently. I ain't talking about none of that kind of stuff with a person that uses drugs. I'm not going to tell you what I got. I'm not going to tell you what I got in savings. I'm not going to tell you anything just because I've got that kind of mind. I don't know what you might want to do to me. I think like that. I'm not telling no addict nothing. I'm not going to tell you. If I hit the damn lottery, I wouldn't tell an addict. Come on now.
Maybe I'm starting to think that there's more than these two involved. If there is,
could be.
Maybe somebody is working autonomously, that it's a bit outside their fucking control. Somebody that they can't control necessarily, that
because
they're probably
got access
afraid
to
of.
Georgia. They got access to Georgia, so we know that they're not just like they lived in Maryland all their life, then they came down here. They don't know anybody. You're right. You don't know who these people know, because I'm telling you, when I heard about the dollar store, I made a mistake by saying Family Dollar, where the mother got arrested. I told myself, you don't know who these people know, who they hired. Just because you saw the father working that parking lot venue, that ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Well, there'll be some fucking resentment. There'll be some resentment and some anger behind the sentence or whatever went down with those 2 ounces of drugs that they never sold to the cop.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like
Elaborate.
That would be some. So
Elaborate.
Andrew's mom gets caught trying to sell 2 ounces of methamphetamine for $750 to a police officer last year.
Okay.
And that's where she got taken down. So there was one, it sounded like she was the go-between or the facilitator.
Yes. Yeah. They used her.
She was running in between cars and things like that. So she's part of a bigger organization, it looks like, or a small bunch of people maybe making shake and bake in the back 40. However, the problem is that people got fucking busted out of that. And people are going to be wanting to know why. It doesn't matter at that point what the reality is. It's what people think in the background. So I wonder if Andrew is getting heat from that.
But why? He was obviously living up on the East Coast. He don't have control of what his mother was doing down here. You understand what I'm saying?
You would think that if she's such a big connection, that Amanda would have been sourcing her drugs from Andrew's mom.
Oh, you mean? But look how far that is. Maryland's a long way from Georgia. That's a long way.
Well, there's country lines. Like, these people obviously had supply, like large enough supply to be dealing in large quantities, large enough to sell off to smaller dealers. So maybe it's coming from somewhere else. Maryland. What was he doing?
Okay. Let me ask you something.
It's a potential. I'm just looking for an answer. I'm not saying that that's possible.
Okay, let me
That's
ask
what
you
I
this. You've heard them say personal and deliberate. What is your assertion of that? Do you believe that it's somebody that knows Debbie that killed her?
Personal and deliberate, meaning that she was targeted. That was the goal, is killing her that day.
Yes.
That would be the deliberate. Targeted would be that it was anything but random. It wasn't somebody that just happenstance walked on the scene and it ended up in a thrill kill type of thing. No, I don't believe that at all. This has something to do with fucking drugs and the fact that Amanda's boyfriend's mom is in jail for a significant amount of time for dealing in methamphetamine. Tells you how close to home.
I can't believe you think that. You're tying that in. What happened to the mom? Well, I said it could be
no. Hold on. No. Listen, I didn't tie that directly into what happened to Debbie, but I'm saying that it shows me that these people are into drugs in the
Yes,
background.
they are. Yes, they are.
So
could be a mental thing for him. You know what I'm saying?
That their thought processes.
Okay, but could this be a mental thing? Could this be a thing like he's had issues with his mom, turbulence with his mom, or loved his mom, mad because she's gone down, and he's looking at these people, they living well, her mom's has a great job, decent job, the dad has a good job, you don't know the size of their home or what all assets they have, but maybe he's looking at these people like, hell, they've got it going on, she's got her mom, I ain't got mine. You don't know where his dad is.
I don't have my support system anymore. He's really blaming and lashing out. Maybe
right.
You know,
could be
taking it out against that family.
Yeah,
because he has promised to hurt them in the past.
Yes,
so we know he has it in there.
Yes. But you know what I don't understand? But I've seen this before with people. Why are you with her? If you're not a user yourself, what are you gaining by being with a user who has stolen from you? That makes no sense to me.
Well, he's young in that sense. And
that's
dumb.
true. That's true too. That's
okay.
True.
So it's very easily for this guy to fall in and be enamored by this older woman who he believes everything that comes out of her mouth.
Yes.
So, you know, we know that she's a bit of a storyteller in that regards. So,
and she lies too.
Yeah.
She lies too.
Well,
that's addicts too. They lie.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah.
Right.
Addicts do lie.
At every opportunity, every chance, you can tell, like, she's exaggerating. She's lying.
Yes.
Why don't you just, like, you know what the reality is? Why do you have to deviate away from reality when you're on the phone with the cops?
If you ever met an addict, they can spend some stuff and you're sitting there looking at them like, you know, I don't believe what you're saying to me, right?
Yeah.
But they're looking at you
with a tweaker.
Why don't you believe me?
Story. Yeah. Come on. What part of it don't you believe? The entire thing. Fucker. What part? You get that a lot in interrogation videos. What do you mean?
Yes, you do.
What part?
Yes, you do.
Oh shit.
And then go silent. Like, well, I've said all I'm gonna say. I ain't saying nothing else because it's like they know they can't say anything else. The people don't believe them, so I'll just go ahead and be quiet now. This is a terrible story.
I'm with you when you start in this situation. All you follow the money is the best route.
Always
an accurate account of what's going on in the background.
Yeah.
So I think it's in this circumstance, it's probably stronger that they're in my mind right now. I'm going to change. I know I am, and I always do. But there's a strong association with maybe a bit of resentment in the background because last year Andrew seemed really affected by the fact that he didn't have a support system, and she and her mother had a problem with him. And he's under some sort of illusion from an addict, but maybe there is some resentment from Debbie towards Andrew that he can't figure out. And he had it in his mind.
Father feel, I wonder, because he's not saying anything. And I'd like to know what is his role in all of this, because I'd like to know how he felt about her coming back. He had to have known about all the troubles the daughter has been in. Did he even want her to come back? Did the mother even want her to come back?
Queen.
Allegedly, she's living in one of their properties. Did he even want that? Because that means I'm tied in with you. You know what I mean?
If I was Steve and I was innocent, like I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt at this point in time. if I was him, I wouldn't be saying shit either, because you know that the fucking killers of your wife are still free.
Oh, okay.
What
That's
if they
true.
fucking
That's
decide
true.
to do something
Right.
to you
Oh,
in that
let's talk about
circumstance?
that.
You might
Let's
just go
talk
with the
about that.
flow here until the cops fucking lower the heavy on this.
Hey,
Maybe
hey,
he can
hey,
be in a
hey.
position.
Hey,
Yep.
let's talk about that, because you've opened Pandora's box now. I want you to think about what you just said. He's being quiet as law officials because they don't want to rock the boat, because I think they already got an idea who did this. Imagine they are living in his property and he has to deal with this heifer and that man. And think about if they're not self-sufficient. Who do you think now they're running to for cleaning supplies, money? Bingo card.
Yeah, Steve.
Can you imagine being in that predicament right now?
Oh, fuck.
Think about that for a minute. You've killed my wife, and now I'm stuck with you living in my property. God forbid, oh, I want to take you to court because you ain't paying me no rent when it's November. You see where I'm going with this?
You think that these guys would have had a probable cause to go and do some surveillance, some audio surveillance on these fuckers?
Oh, I'm sure they're doing that. That's where the
I want
2 week
that job,
interval came
Cody.
from. That's where the 2 week interval came from. The 3 week interval, when they went and did that press conference Friday, they had already been winding them up. That's why he said, I know it's personal and deliberate, because you don't know what they have found on the phones, on that woman's phone. You don't know what somebody that went and came and told them. Because let me tell you about them neighbors.
Hey, Poppy.
The neighbors ain't never got to tell you what they see and hear.
Commotion, yep. The yelling, the screaming. And to know that she just came back on the
And
8th.
past people and people that don't live here. What about people that live in Maryland? What about people that knew them somewhere else in Georgia? And they've been calling the tip line, telling all kind of little goodies.
Well, they've been canvassing for that. That's what it sounds like. They've been asking for people to call in.
Yeah, yeah. Well, somebody said, did Debbie refuse to allow boyfriend to stay at the rental? And there was an argument the night before. Where was the boyfriend when Amanda received the money? Good question.
So wouldn't there be already a natural sense of confusion between Steve and Debbie, knowing that just last year there was an order of protection?
That's what I'm saying to
they
you.
know that Andrew's mom is in jail for meth. So
that's
there's
what I'm
probably a little bit of persona non grata going on to a certain extent. And that he's being 27 years old, he doesn't get that. And he's really fucking angry about it.
Yeah.
And she's believing Amanda because Amanda says whatever you want to hear at any particular time.
And then two, let's count that affecting the relationship between the wife and the husband. Let's say she's been bailing her daughter out of trouble and we don't know what other children and relatives she's got. And every time you turn around, it's something. It's probably more than just that damn snoring that's got him sleeping in that other room. I'm just saying, because we don't know people.
Yeah, it's probably a cog in a bigger wheel.
And I'm gonna go on and do this because that's your daughter.
You can get a sleep apnea machine for Christmas, can't you, Queen? You can get Steve something for Christmas, like a machine to stop that snoring.
I don't. Hey, he didn't want no damn machine.
Yeah, he just wanted to be left alone. Fuck, I'm done with all the drama. Something tells me that these are high maintenance ladies. Especially if you include drugs and methamphetamine. Fuck, her daughter has to be so high maintenance.
Yeah.
And she's probably the type of person that can't, deal with their child with a bit of harsh love in that regard.
Yeah.
She's probably more of an enabler because she's been blackmailed, emotionally blackmailed into that position.
Yeah. And can you
It
imagine?
just happens naturally, doesn't it?
The theory that one of the guys had, and this was spooky to me. The one guy says, I'm really wondering about the person being in the back seat. Well, just imagine that for a second. I'm driving along up the highway for whatever damn reason, and out comes my daughter or that guy. Hey, Mom, sorry.
Who's going to be in the back seat? In that car?
I don't know.
Amanda, not Amanda. It would be.
Yeah,
you would.
She's heavier.
Amanda wouldn't go in the back seat of her mom's car. She'd be in the passenger seat.
I'm saying.
Somebody
it's him. It's him. Okay, but still, just imagine in your head. You're driving along, and all of a sudden, one of them pops up from that compartment and tells you, I'm sorry, we're going to have to do this, but we're going to need you to transfer some money to the card. And then she's saying, what are you talking about? What the hell are you doing in my car? What's going on? Just like in the movies. And she's not really realizing that this is going to be the last time she's going to be holding a conversation until the light bulb goes off. Oh, I see what time of day it is. You're here to rob me. And nine times out of 10, your instinct says, oh, and they're going to kill me too. Can you imagine that?
Well,
No, I'm being serious. If we're to go with the person jumping in the car, if we're to
it
go
would
with
go
that
down
theory.
a little bit differently though if we were writing it out. If we were writing it out for a scene,
yeah,
I would write it a little bit differently because there has to be something. Like he has a lot of resentment, so he's going to be sticking to the one-liners. When they can't determine her manner of death at this point in time, they can't determine. It tells me that there's a strong possibility she had a move put on her, like a rear naked choke, or
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that, AB. I think they do know how she died. Remember what he said when he was talking about the manner of death? He said, we don't want to give away anything to the personal persons.
Yeah.
Because possibly she was probably, let's just say it was him. He probably beat her to death since he did those type of moves with martial arts or whatever. She was beat to death
a lot of
by hand.
You couldn't get a sense of violence. They didn't give that away, did they?
Yeah. It was violent. That's why he said, we're not trying to alert the person or persons how she died. Think about that. That's a strong statement. If it's a stranger, it doesn't matter. He doesn't think he's going to get caught, or she don't think she's going to get caught because I don't know the victim, right? So that's why they leave you where you are. Such as like if I accosted you in the alley. Well, if I don't think anybody saw me, it's no big deal. I left you right there. I took your money, robbed you, whatever, cut your throat, boom, I'm out of there. But when he says, as not to alert the people who did this, that to me was even more personal than the statement itself was saying was personal and deliberate. It's like they know who did this.
I get what you're saying. I believe that too. Or they have, they always have a strong suspect right away, or they wouldn't be getting paid the big bucks.
Exactly.
They just have to make it legal.
Somebody was talking. I think they got that woman's phone. They saw what they needed. Day one in her phone. Day one.
This should be relatively quickly as soon as this comes back, because these people are meaning the perpetrators and who we suspect. They are drug addicts. They're not going to think things completely.
And that's exactly what I've said.
There will be a breadcrumb line to this.
Yes, because you always forget something, especially if it's like spur of the moment planning. Let's say we plan this 1 day or 5 days. There's always still going to be something you are going to forget to do, such as, did you wear gloves? Somebody in the chat said something about blue gloves. Okay, well, let's go there. Did you wear gloves in the commencement of this crime? How did you get out of there? Because random, the killer would take the van, park it near somewhere where they live, and dump the van. So that's why I know it ain't random, because of the van. That's why I said the van is smoking gun number one. Number two, the Venmo account. It makes the daughter look suspicious. Number three, you've done this before, stealing from your boyfriend and linking accounts. So you know how to link up stuff. You're good at that.
Do you know what there's a strong possibility there as well, is when they pulled off that there was another vehicle there.
I've mentioned that as well.
Because they would have needed to get away.
Right. And random means that person's got to get out of there. If you see the picture at the end of this court TV video, they give you a visual of the highway. Man, I'm telling you, it ain't nothing in sight but trees, asphalt, and that little drive where her car sat. That leads me to think you've been there before.
It's probably a place they frequent.
You've been there before to know to take that car and park it right there. And it's like a little bitty drive off the highway. Like something you would do. Like when we go to the mountains, they got little drives like that off the side of the highway.
Chattahoochee National Forest. So there's hiking trails through there.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
An entrance point.
When you go to the Smoky Mountains right now, you're going to have little drives made just like that. They're little cutouts where you can park your car and get out and, take pictures of the, of the water, the ravines and stuff. That's exactly what I thought of when I saw her van parked there. I said, you've been here before.
Was it is it almost like a rest stop or not?
Yeah.
It's not big enough.
No, it's just asphalt, highway, and a cutout, like a little drive, like you just pull over. And it's just a little square box where you could park your car and either, like you say, walk down to look at the water. And I'm telling you, it's just like here in the mountains. I thought about that. I said, you've been there before. Whoever did this, they've been there.
So that's an interesting question, TCE. Why would he say, or why would he stay your family to stay away from me? Why would he say, but his mom is a dealer? Makes me wonder what Debbie was like. So when you say, you mean from that note, TCE? That note that he wrote, it's just another indicator that would suggest that
They
there
had
was an
problems.
ongoing, just like an
Mhm.
ongoing
Yeah.
resentment, probably that they didn't approve of.
Because her brother
Andrew
could have been
because of
bothering him. Her brother could have been
where
went over
he's
there.
coming
Hey,
from.
you bothering my sister, blah, blah, blah. You don't know if she got other relatives up there in Maryland. So we got to even know where all this stuff took place.
Well, you have to think that it's probably, hey, if I knew my daughter's boyfriend's mom was a meth dealer, I would
Yeah.
probably put the kibosh on that relationship as fast as I
Yeah.
could.
hmm So
And
let's
he's
go
not going
here.
to
Who was
understand that, right?
threatening
Because
him?
it's personal.
Well, who
And
was threatening
that will
him for
bother
him to say that? I want these people to stay away from me. Who is he speaking of? Because I didn't
That's
think
a
about
good
that.
question.
Who are they? Family. Mom, stepdad, her biological father. Let's go there. Where is her biological father? That's a good question. Georgia, New York, what?
I wonder why Amanda isn't answering these questions.
Well, let me tell you what she's doing. She's doing just what she said she's doing. We got the doors barricaded. We're
Yeah, sitting on
scared.
the couch, tweaking right now, watching the fucking tubes. Trying to
I
figure out
got
what
the
she's going
damn
to do
doors
next.
barricaded. I said to myself, if you're not just giving yourself away, why don't you just go and
Yeah.
admit you killed your mama?
It's like telling everybody that you're hiding in your bedroom under your blanket.
We got the doors. Oh, we're scared. We don't know what to think and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you do. Yeah,
We're so
you do.
confused.
Because
She's
why
too
would random people want to kill you?
Yeah.
Think about that for a minute. Why would a random person want to come hurt you? Your mom's been killed. You don't have anything to do with it. So why would you be fearing for your safety unless your mother was involved in something illegal herself?
You know what I can see happening right soon is the sheriff's department are going to have an interview, and the first thing that they're going to say is that, remember, you can leave at any time, right? You know that old trick, you can leave at any time,
Yeah, I
but
know
by
that.
the time
Yes,
of the end of the interview, fuck, there ain't no going anywhere, boy.
yeah, but they're hoping you don't.
Yeah.
They're hoping you sit there and talk. And
Yeah.
I think the daughter would sit and talk for a little spell until she gets that one question that would trigger her, or the guy, because it's usually what happens in interrogations. They'll let you talk for a while. They'll play nice at first. But when they think you are involved, they will spin that one question to where a light bulb goes off in your head like, uh-oh, I see where this is going.
Yeah.
They
They're
think
starting
I
to
did it.
deduce.
Uh-huh.
Love it.
And then they stop talking. Well, I'm going to
I
go
love when
now.
the detectives give the body language indicators, like the crossing of the arms and the leaning back in the chair, to, the little signals that they're not buying your bullshit.
Yeah.
Yes.
But let's go here. This is something that wasn't mentioned during the press conference. He talked about issuing warrants and search warrants and things. One thing you didn't hear was lie detector tests. Just thought about that.
There's too many substances for it to be of any use at this point in time.
Hey, did we say that she's using now?
Well, you would have to think that the damage is done. It's going to be, I don't think it's an indicator. They probably don't need it yet. But remember, it's a better tool along the way because you can trap them in that investigation and then pull out the lie detectors. Would you be willing to take a lie detector on that? And that's when the effective tool comes in, because they can see if you're what you're willing to bet on, or if you're eager to take one. They'll pull it out right fucking there, and they'll play a game with you. Like, it doesn't mean that they're actually seeking for an easy button, but it's the act of doing this whole thing is the information gathering.
Do you think law officials offered them to everybody? The husband, the daughter, the boyfriend, neighbor, whoever?
Not necessarily.
Really? Why not?
Depends on where you are, because it depends on how your investigation going and what's presented to you at the scene of the crime.
Okay, but I'm just saying,
there's so much information to go through. I guess, like, what are you going to ask at the time? Did you have anything to do with this? No. Well, it said inconclusive. It doesn't make any difference at that time. Maybe it's just, unless somebody's put it in procedure, that it's just part of the way we do things. But it's not going to be a determining factor of the direction of things. Why not just spin the magic fucking 8 ball?
Okay, Autumn said she didn't think she would do it. But I'm going to ask you, do you think she would have said yes to a lie detector, she and the boyfriend?
Yes, because they tell you whatever you want to hear in that immediate time, and they'll, that's what tweakers do. They'll get on that fucking thing, and then they'll act all stupid.
Okay. What about the husband? You're not hearing a lot about him either.
at this point in time, I think he's probably staying close to police
Yeah,
detectives.
yeah.
I would be completely surprised
Oh,
if
that's
he
interesting
was
too.
at this point in time.
Anna has
I
a
don't think
very
that
good
he is.
comment. No reward for info either. Damn, that's a good comment. You're right. No reward. Why?
Because that's when you start advertising reward for information,
Uh-huh.
people start calling about the stupidest fucking bullshit.
I
And
know.
it just eats in
But
a
could
lot
it be
of
the
time.
obvious? But could it be the obvious? We don't need a reward because we know who did it. Bingo card.
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're not advertising rewards when we already know who did it. Wow. I didn't even think about that, a reward. Because usually you get
More
that when a
controlled
person starts.
environment.
And she didn't go missing long, so you didn't reward, but you need a reward for the killer. Do you have any information?
If there was a particular person to find or something, information to find on somebody, but all the information that's so information rich right in front of you, like look at what the sun is pulling out of the backgrounds. A little bit of background on these people are going to tell the tale, because it's going to bring accurate questions that Amanda has had all this time to volunteer information over. They have to go and find questions to ask her. That's why she's not out in the open.
Yeah.
She's too busy running.
Yeah. Well, where is she? I assume she's still here. It's cheaper living down here. She definitely ain't going back to Maryland where it costs a lot to live. That heifer's right around here, living in that house, probably ain't paying no rent.
She's probably talking about maybe rehab or something at this point.
But you got to think about the fact that she was stealing his money, right? Kicked him out of the place. So then you got to ask whose name was on the lease, whose place was it? She doesn't strike me as somebody that's going to keep a job. So how was she paying rent when she kicked him out?
Well, they described Andrew as her live-in boyfriend, and whatever the agreement is between
on and off,
Mom and Amanda is their business. You know, I'd still like to know what it is, but frankly, unfortunately, he's probably got some vented up anger and resentment because he's the live-in boyfriend and she's using that. Get the fuck out of here every time that they get into a disagreement. And imagine getting into a disagreement with a 20-something-year-old all the fucking time.
Dealing with her. Why is he dealing with her? I just can't see the purpose in dealing with an addict. I mean, I can see when you first find out a person is an addict.
He's used to it. He's used to it. He's dealing with his mom.
Yeah, but
it's all he knows probably.
But at some point, man, when a person starts stealing your money, you're just going to have to cut ties. There's just no way you're going to be able to live like that because you can't trust the person.
He doesn't have that sort of direction in his life. He needs it. He needed a big brother growing up. Instead, he got a fucking...
So how about she was a mother figure? She's the mother figure who turns out to be like his mother, an addict. Put that on paper. They say you choose people like your parents. Damn.
It's like your mom's.
So he picked somebody like his mother. So I wonder what his childhood was like. Does he have any other brothers and sisters? Did he ever go through foster care? See, this web can just go on and on and on when you start picking out the players.
And Clark. So this was Debbie's phone turned off after the Venmo was sent. That's what they talk about.
That's what they said.
That's now. That's very well going to change when all the forensics come back, because it's very...
Look at Daniel. Daniel's been spying.
That it didn't come from her device, her mobile phone. It could have came from another
any device. Elsewhere. Yeah. Daniel says the daddy lives in Pinson, Alabama. Damn, Daniel, you all sure been digging, ain't you?
Yeah, thanks for the info.
Well, I wonder what her daddy has to say.
Age 59, lives in Pinson, Alabama. Now the son will probably be there on site right now, talking to him.
Well, what does he have to say about his daughter and his ex-wife or baby mama?
Probably estranged to a certain point.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing when these things happen? People start digging up everybody's mama, cousin, brother, and then we wait and see what they have to say.
Well, it's what happens when here's the key to all of these cases is that what the key to the mystery is the main suspect is bullshitting in public, and you can see it come across. You know, and people love to fucking call out the bullshit when it comes down the line, and there's a lot of it in this one, I suspect. However, even if it was we are totally wrong, that would still be something. It would still be something.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, because daddy's not talking, then she has a father, the daughter, and I don't know what he has to say. Is he going to start spinning some webs about his daughter, the relationship with the mother? You know, it'd be even more crazy if we find out, and I don't want to say this, but I'm going to go on and say it on this live. If we find out that Debbie ain't been too squeaky clean.
Right.
Because I'm gonna tell you something that bothered me. When she walked into the store, the assertion is that she seemed happy, she seemed okay, but Queen was saying
she could seem tweaked out or tugged up.
Mm-hmm.
Does she like to dabble a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
Possibly,
I have not said
especially
that.
when she
And I have not said that.
rump.
I haven't said that in any of my lives until today. But my spirit was telling me, watching her walk in with the frazzled looking hair and stuff. I mean, I think she probably just got maybe just like real straight hair. Maybe it's a bad hair day. She threw the visor wrong. But then my spirit was saying, I can't see her eyes. I can't see her face. I can't see her mouth. I ain't going out on a limb saying she was all great. I'd have to hear somebody say she seemed
she's at a tailgate.
chipper.
Looks like she's partying a little bit because of the game day.
Well, could be. I mean, a lot of people do get high. A lot of people smoke weed. A lot of people put crack in the weed. A lot of people snort. So I don't know this lady. I don't know her husband. I don't know what she's into. But we're already finding out the boyfriend's mom is doing 30 years. So I don't know anything about this lady. I don't want to say anything bad about her, but I have to tell people, you don't know these people.
That's right. Where the fuck are you living that they're putting crack in the weed?
They've been doing that for years down here.
Yeah,
that's how they started out. What they did was, from what people told me, it's like the people liked weed, but they also had a crack problem. So what they do is they crumble the crack up inside of the joint and they'd smoke it. And I had even heard people say that they wouldn't even smoke weed with people they didn't know because they say, hell, that's how they get you hooked. They'll crumble that shit up and put it in the damn weed, and you're sitting there smoking, getting the high of your life, wondering, damn, I ain't never smoked weed like this before. I know you ain't.
What the hell? Holy shit. What strain is this?
So next thing you know, you're going, listen, you're going to the weed man now saying, damn, dude, that was some good weed you gave me. Yeah. And he's looking at you like, what the hell are you talking about? Okay. But little did he know, somebody didn't put some damn crack in there.
That's true. You've heard that from time to
time. So you can't smoke with everybody. I've heard. Let me tell you something. I've heard horrible stories.
Competition on the streets trying to fucking have a better product than your counterpart.
That's why you can't mess with that heroin and that fentanyl, because that stuff they say has been cut and cut, and people doing stuff to blow it up. You don't know what you're getting. It's just dangerous to use drugs. It's dangerous to pop pills like the ecstasy and all that. Anybody can just hand you a pill and say, girl, here, this will make you feel better. You're walking around here getting ready to walk on top of a damn bridge and think you can fly, and you don't know what's in that stuff. You can't take stuff from people. You just can't.
You can't trust anything these days.
No, you can't trust it because people will tell you anything and people will do stuff to you deliberately. I've heard of so many people who've been doped up, took a drink from somebody, and to this day, they don't act like their normal self. I've heard that so many times. They said, oh, she went to a bar. He went to a bar. He was hanging with some people. He came back. He had a drink. He's never been the same. He acts crazy now. He acts schizophrenic. All because they had a drink. Somebody laced their drink.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard that a lot around here in Knoxville. Yeah, I've heard that from so many people. You know, like you'll see people acting crazy, or they might come into a nightclub and you be like, damn, what's wrong with him? What's wrong with her? And then people start whispering, oh, you didn't hear 10, 15 years ago, they were out partying or having a good time with some friends and somebody put something in their drink, put a Mickey in their drink, and they ain't been the same since.
Is that a bit of an urban legend? Well, I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happened for sure.
But it does happen.
It seemed to me that that would be an urban legend that would develop quickly.
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard my maintenance guy. He's a wild ass white boy. He told me
something in their drink. They fell down and he did permanent brain damage by hitting his head on the side of the bar.
Yeah. I mean, my maintenance man. He told me that last night when we were. They was doing some work around here. He said, "Hey, went to a bar waiting on my girlfriend, whatever, and she's taking a while to show up." And he said the damn girl behind the bar handed me a beer, and he said, "I'm telling you, that girl put something in my beer." Because he said he was acting peculiar and acting strange.
That would scare the shit out of me.
He said, what's crazy is she was drinking the same drink. I said, man, you don't know what that girl did before she came. She might have already had that shit already laced up and ready for an unwilling participant. But he said she was kind of sweet on him. I said, so what are you trying to say? She's trying to take you home? How is she going to get you out of there? Yeah, he said, trust me, wouldn't have been no problem.
up in little pieces.
Crazy. But you don't know people.
No.
That's the point. You don't know
people are always, it's surprising because just when you think you couldn't get any more, horrific against humans, like some of these crimes, people
Yeah.
still seem to top it and outdo
I'm telling you, I have not been the same since the Eliza Fletcher case. That case has bothered my spirit. I wake up thinking about that woman. I'll go to bed thinking about her because I just couldn't. In my mind, I just was like, "What is wrong?" And then you hear in this audio, Vinny is saying, "Oh, we're going to be back. There's a new update pertaining to that case." And I've been in YouTube trying to search to see what the update is, but I didn't find anything. So I'm trying to figure out what do they got to bring out now? What else is new now?
Have they mentioned anything in the news about her being drugged aside from the toxicology?
Who, Eliza?
Yeah.
No, I hadn't heard that.
I read on the toxicology, the coroner's report, that her system metabolized fentanyl.
Where'd you hear that?
It's right on the papers on the toxicology report.
Well, what's your source of where you got that from?
I got it in the back, I think.
Fentanyl.
Yeah. No shit. Just search it, Google search it. I got it off one of the news reports when it came out. And I thought, well, maybe because you were always talking about what happened during that time, and I'm thinking, well,
because I told you I think he was doped up when he went looking for her. I do believe that. I could tell he's an addict when I saw the girlfriend or the girl who he's staying with. So this is right here is really freaking me out.
So it seems to me that because of what I saw in the coroner's report, she had 2 indentations in her head, small indentations. So she's probably hit with something for a while and drugged.
Yeah.
And then the final was the 2.
But what is the point in drugging somebody that's already half subdued?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? If you're hitting a person, you're already messing with their brain by beating them up.
Well,
what
listen,
the hell are you going to do?
A lot of people can still do a lot of things after taking like huge blows to the face, like even gunshots to the head.
Oh, I just saw that. It's so funny you mentioned that. I just saw that in one of the true crime stories I was watching the other day. The guy has been shot or hit in the head, and he's getting up, walking down flights of stairs, bleeding, don't know it, dressed himself, picked up the morning paper, and then comes back, shuts the door.
Well, I got one for you, a survival story, true crime story, the one I was listening to last night, where these back the Utah murders in 1990, where these 2 crazy dudes killed the wife and the grandmother, held the 2 girls hostage, shot the father all in front of the girls, shot the father twice in the head, burnt down the cabin. The father he still remained alive after they left on snowmobiles, and he got on a snowmobile with 2 gunshots, no helmet, nothing, and he chased down the assailants with his daughters, and eventually got into a position with cell coverage to make one of the first amazing 911 dispatch calls I've probably ever come, and they arrested them.
Lord have mercy.
And nonetheless, and he still survived. Actually, he's passed now, but he still went and lived on another almost 30 years.
Really interesting.
Yeah, that was that Real Woman? It was a Real Women, Real Crime.
Oh,
I
okay.
believe. Or no, The Unseen. I saw that on a channel called Unseen last night. So if you guys are interested, it was an amazing story.
How do you feel about, this is off topic, but how do you feel about the hype now with this Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix? Now the family is bickering. Law and Crime is doing all these updates pertaining to the 5 times he should have been apprehended, but evaded law. What's true? They're saying that the family is saying that Netflix is trying to portray a different narrative. Well, what narrative might that be? Because the guy spoke who plays Dahmer, and he says, we're not trying to glorify what he did because what he did was wrong. We're just bringing an account according to the victims and the people that were around Dahmer, such as, the neighbor, the black neighbor, and other participants. But I didn't think it was going to get this bad to where now these people are bickering.
It's because
Netflix.
Yeah, but the Netflix, there's a lot of hype about it. It was promoted that way, and it's getting a lot of positive feedback. However, because it is, no matter what you do, no matter how closely you portray something,
Yeah.
It's not going to represent the actual horror of
It
what
can't,
happened
because
because
he's
Jeffrey
dead.
Dahmer held back so much.
Of course he did. Of course he did. And you have to always remember, everything is, as I tell people, is aversion and perception. I can tell you this happened, but then when you go talk to the person, they could spin it differently. Then naturally it's a dramatization. So then now you got to ad-lib the scenarios. I mean, I can see how they could be upset by it to say, well, that didn't happen this way, but we don't really know because we weren't there. We don't really know what he said and did to any of these people alone, except for the people who were there and survived.
Yeah, so they're always telling the story. The way that they portray it in pop culture now, you could safely say it's been around since '92.
Yeah.
The way they portray it in pop culture is difficult to pick up because it all has to do with gay bathhouse sex, killing rampages, and dosing people and cannibalizing it.
Well,
They
should have
don't.
said something. Lionel's a liar. I've caught him lying already in commentary and documentaries I pulled up today. He lied. He lied to that blonde-haired lady in the Inside Edition. He said verbatim. She asked
Nancy Glass?
did he come home drunk from school? Lionel told her no. Now you got a 2020 documentary where he's sitting in a leather recliner saying, this is why we sent him to the grandmother, because he kept coming home drunk. So why did he lie to Inside Edition? I put that on my community board.
I had a problem right away. I had a problem even back then. Like, it was admirable in one sense to see Lyle become so vocal, but again, we see that is impressed right upon the life. So he didn't have an upbringing because of the self-interests of the parents. You just don't get to be a doctor of anything without being self-absorbed and wanting to push yourself and being immersed in your own life, not so much your kids. That's what, at that point in time, especially way back then, you relied back in 1960, you relied on your wife to do that, and the wife was batshit fucking crazy.
Yeah. Well, he spins the story. I need to find the whole documentary, so I got to go look it up. But somebody's channel spun about 9 minutes of him talking in the documentary, and this is what he says about the mother. I want you to listen very carefully to this. When she was pregnant with Jeffrey, she started having seizures. He said it was so bad that she would start to foam at the mouth. So what I'm wondering in this commentary, that he acts like he can't tell me anything. He says she had a problem, but the person who spends this on her channel, it doesn't elaborate what was the diagnosis. So I'd like to know, what was the mom diagnosed with? Because we later hear that she was erratic in the upbringing of Jeffrey and his brother. So I'm wondering if, one, she was suffering from postpartum depression, or she already had a mental problem and just it came out while she was pregnant. What was she diagnosed with? Because I think that's the part of Jeffrey that was compulsive. Two, the side of the father that's laid back, scientific side, that comes in with the drilling the holes in the head and the meek, mild manner. You see where I'm going with that? He took traits from both parents.
Right.
He took traits from both. And I'm telling you, I got creeped out when Lionel was talking about how sick she was when she was pregnant with him. I started thinking about Rosemary's Baby. I'm serious. I was thinking maybe something was passed along in the bloodline when she was carrying him. I'm serious.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too. Like he gets a lot of the, it seems he gets a lot of these crazy things from his mother because she's so unhinged all the time. However, she surrounded herself with quack doctor back in the day, so it's not exactly. It's more of a home.
Elaborate, because he said she was taking barbiturates, which is a word you rarely hear anybody use, except for somebody saying
heavy barbiturates.
Scientific. So he used that word in the documentary. He said she was taking all these different pills and drugs and stuff, given to her to try to treat her condition. But the part I found interesting was he never claimed what the condition was, unless it's more in the documentary and the guy didn't put it all in his video, because he only put a 9-minute clip up on his channel. But I find that information very interesting, and I want to know what the hell she was diagnosed with.
I'm looking right now. Hold on.
Okay. Because maybe that has a lot to do with how he turned out to be this monster is that the mother had a mental illness and she passed it to her child. So now we have to ask what was wrong with the baby boy. Did he have any mental problems? Did he act out? Did he ever get addicted to porn? Or is he also homosexual, bisexual? You have to ask those things because a lot of those things are genetic. Because I've seen the cases of people who had a gay parent and then you find out they're gay. Or the mom and dad came out later as bisexual and you're thinking, okay, well, maybe this is something in the bloodline. And I wondered that about Lionel. Was he secretly ill? Because he said, oh, you wouldn't believe all the letters we got when all this happened. So many people wrote to me and was telling me, you know, I had the same thoughts as Jeffrey. What?
Yeah. You can see that yeah, I understand how morbid that sounds, but I understood what he was trying to do at the time.
Hey,
in hindsight, with all this, there's a lot of things that Lyle has said, but the thing is he's always put himself out in the forefront to discuss it, which is admirable in that regard, considering
to some
the
degree.
circumstances.
But
there's a lot of question. I believe he's a big control freak.
I think he is too, and he's mild-mannered with it. Because let me tell you, somebody's got a short up on their channel that I saw today that talks about the mother wanting his brain used for scientific,
research,
diagnosis. Yes. So she went to the judge, right? So the judge was able to let the brain stay on hold. I don't know how long. But Lionel then goes and backtracks and tells the judge, go on and cremate it. I want to be done with it. Why? I put that on my community board. Why did Lionel tell the judge to go ahead and cremate him? You've been talking about your son, doing all these damn interviews with Oprah, this person, that person. Why would you not want scientists to see what the hell was wrong with your son?
Because he's satisfied with where his his perception is at this point in time. He doesn't want that to change.
Oh my God,
and reflect in the public.
Oh, the witch's brew. I can't with you guys. No, but I'm serious. I think Lionel said, I've had enough of this. My son is dead. He's been murdered. Jesus killed Satan. So let's end this storybook and be done with it. Close the chapter.
I think that's what
could that be it?
Well, that could be it.
Mm-hmm. But he cried in that interview, in that documentary, that 2020. I gotta find it. He cried sitting in that chair. He's a frail man at this point, and he's crying, talking about Jeffrey. And at one point, I did feel bad for him, but I also know that he lied about him being drunk, because I said that when they were spinning the story. You want me to believe your son got up, went to his friend's house before going to school, getting liquor, drank while in school, drunk. Teachers ain't doing nothing. Kids ain't saying nothing to the teachers or the parents. He then's going to come home and be sober. I didn't believe that. My spirit was telling me, no.
What?
I don't believe that.
What is about that you didn't believe in? Lyle didn't really recognize that. I thought it was a believable story.
What, that he didn't come home drunk?
Well, that he came home drunk, but Lyle probably didn't really, because they weren't exactly doting parents. So
what I'm saying is, I don't know why he lied initially to Inside Edition that he never came home drunk. She specifically asked him, did you see Jeffrey drunk from school? He told her no. Well, why is it now 30 years later you're telling these damn people in a documentary, yeah, that's why we sent him to the grandmother, because he wouldn't stop drinking. Well, then you acknowledging that you knew he was a drunk. So which is it? He come home drunk or he didn't? He wasn't drunk, he wasn't. Which is it?
Yeah, that's a good point. Mixed signals.
What's wrong with just telling the truth initially? Yes, he was stealing liquor from the kid's house, or the kids gave it to him. He took it to school and drank. See, we don't even know how much liquor he took to school. Half a pint, a whole pint, a liter, what? And hell, ain't somebody missing their damn liquor?
Well, he went on to go to the Ohio State University.
Okay.
So he didn't drink himself out of high school.
Okay.
He just made himself.
But see, the parents were getting a divorce. They wanted to be done with him. I watched a documentary a while ago where I had this feeling they just didn't want to be a parent, because why would you throw off a 17, 18-year-old on somebody else when you're the parent? Why didn't one of you take him in? Because I think it had to do with it. Huh?
Imagine the grandmother standing by and watching all the bullshit and knowing all full well that Jeffrey is suffering because of it. Neither one of these individuals really recognize that, which alone make them
They
bad parents.
didn't,
So
because that was
where
always
they,
the story.
yeah,
That the mother ran off and left her son. That was always the version about Jeffrey
you
Dahmer's
can't play a blame
decline.
game in that regard.
Yeah, but
Although,
they
yeah,
like
that
to
was
use
the
it as
story.
a decline. That was decline in his mental state. Is when the mother left and he was fending for himself and then went off to the grandmother's house. That's when he's got this loneliness in him where he's always wanting to be with company. And the father tells that in the documentary that he would go outside when he first told him that they were divorcing. He said Jeffrey would go outside and beat the trees with sticks. Just swap them. He couldn't handle it. So this is where this loneliness comes from. This always wanting to be around somebody. He said he would always run to him as a child, wanted to be in his company, wanted to be in the mother's company. He loved him and loved his mother. So he was dependent on his parents' love and them being together. I get that. But how do you go from loneliness, my parents are not together, to this other sadistic side of wanting to mess with animals, cutting them open, crossing the line between a person saying, hey, I got to go, to beating them over the head and cutting them open and cutting them up into tiny pieces? How do you go from one to the other?
So when you're young like that, and you don't, and it's just an emotion, and you choose to take it out and you lash out in anger on a tree, even eventually it's going to get onto something better, more satisfying, that you figure out as you have longer time analyzing your own internal emotions. By that time you could be getting into puberty. So you're naturally eventually going to think it's more efficient in your mind to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. And before you know it, you don't really know it, but each time, even in bed, let's say, you like to think you're a little bit better than you were last time in that regard. You know what I mean? So it's just a natural progression, I think, in the human brain, combined with a particular time frame in their history from pre-adolescent right into puberty, perhaps. And it might just be by that time. This is a very young age to be exploring.
I think he already had the tendencies as a child for the macabre, but I think once the parents told him they were divorcing, it just spiraled already what was inside of him that was deeply macabre.
He was determining the lines, and there were no lines at that point. He was exploring his fantasies.
But he said that I wanted control. That's what he said. I wanted control of my victims. I wanted to have, because obviously, like the father said, he didn't have control over his life as a child when we decided to leave each other. And I get that. So when he gets with these victims, I can control this situation here. I can control them.
He got such a lot of perverse input from pop culture movies.
Yeah.
And he
The
imposed
Exorcist,
that in his
remember that
real
was
life.
playing in the room? Oh
yeah, in The Return of the Jedi.
Oh
That's
my
funny.
God.
It's ridiculous.
But that when that guy said that in court, did you watch that black guy's testimony? When the judge asked him what was playing on the TV, and he said The Exorcist, I thought I was going to fall out.
Yeah. He started rocking and humming, and it's a particular point in the movie. Well, if it wasn't for that particular point, every time I see that point in The Exorcist 3, I'm going to remember, was it Tracy Edwards and his story? That's the moment he bailed.
Man, that movie would creep anybody out.
That's right, Kitty.
So I'm sitting here thinking about how creeped out I am as an adult watching The Exorcist, and you're sitting here in this person's apartment with a handcuff on your wrist trying to figure out how the hell you're going to get out of here. He's got that playing in the back bedroom. That's wicked.
Man, yeah, it's not a very romantic movie, that's for sure.
Well, Jeffrey didn't strike me as a
Jeffrey
romantic
it was.
guy.
Oh, fuck. Like the necrophilia, you get your mind wrapped around. Like, so for a long time beforehand, before he started lashing out and murdering people, which he claims he didn't take any pleasure from, which is why he wasn't a sadist. However, in my opinion, he developed into a sadist.
Yes,
because he it's just.
Well, he didn't stop. He kept saying it was compulsive. Then how can you say you didn't like doing it, but you kept doing it? You said you couldn't stop. And then they asked him, well, if you had gotten released or out of jail now, what would you still be doing? He said yes.
Yeah, but sex was the main driver in that process of determination. Excuse me, and and Jeffrey crossed over that line, and there's no going back. So there's no saying that, maybe he wasn't a sadist growing up, and that's the reasoning for it.
Yeah.
But they don't call him a sadist or a psychopath
Yeah.
because he had control. So it's a little bit dicey.
Well, let's talk about this that I heard today out of the mouth of I think the father or something I was watching about him today. He did 10 months in jail for touching a child. Okay. So then he comes out and does this stuff here. We resume this here. I didn't even know he had molested a child. I didn't even know he had done the 10 months in jail. So see, he was tainted most definitely. Because now you're talking about a child molester into a killer. Serial killer.
So he met that criteria like a sexual deviant before 1978.
And so that was asked to Lionel, I think, for that Inside Edition about anybody touching him. No, Oprah might have asked that, and he adamantly denied. No. Nobody ever touched him. We don't know of anybody touching him or any improprieties with an adult in him. But how do we know that? You may not have touched him. Your wife may not have touched him, but maybe somebody else touched him, and he never told anybody.
You have to think that he's done it once and he admitted to it. He says that there wasn't any more times. He was somewhat open, but in my mind, he's not being. Excuse me, turn it down, please. He's being open for the sake of hiding other things potentially. But why would he hide other things if he's being so open?
Do you believe that this is a devil's child? That this thing was created in this woman's womb? What do you think about that?
No, it was a bad mix of, probably a bad mix of both, hereditary and what they picked up, right?
The gene pool was tainted.
And he was destined at that point in time. They probably shouldn't have had kids. They're so full of chemicals and things, and their process of decision making. Well, you can't say that for Lionel because he's obviously got a doctorate, but he's very centric. But a family life can get thrown off track.
Yeah.
And Jeffrey, the kids always get it because it affects the attention that you give them, whether it's positive attention or negative attention. It rubs off on the children that way. And Jeffrey's point, he was already so shy as a child.
Yeah.
He developed into preferring to explore things in his own right and not.
Right. He went into his own bubble, his own universe.
Right. And he started drawing his own lines of what the limit is or what's right at when.
Right. That's scary though. But this just goes to show you don't know people. You don't know what's going on in people's minds. You don't know what they're thinking about. Because I remember a time when they were questioning about his time in Germany, but they did say they did not find anybody that was missing at the time when he was in the military. We do know that he was released because of his drinking. So he had a problem for a while, and it affected him to be booted out of the military. So now I get to act out my fantasies alongside the drinking. I do believe the drinking escalated some of it, but the drinking also helped some people live, because Jeffrey even said there were times I woke up, the people were gone or alive or blacked out. The one guy he beat, remember the one at the hotel he beat at the hotel?
Yeah. They didn't charge him for that murder.
Oh, yeah, because he took him in a suitcase. He took him to his grandmama's house. I'm telling you, I watched part of that today. I thought I was going to throw up.
Yeah, they didn't end up charging that guy for that murder, or charging Dahmer for that particular murder. Although,
they didn't.
No.
Yeah,
he was
some
one
guys
of the 17, but
some guys got a paranormal channel, and I posted it to my community board too. And him and this girl outside talking at the house, and I'm just sitting there looking at the house. They're close together, and the first thing I'm saying to myself, she started talking about the smell. The first thing I said, here we go with that. How is it nobody's noticing anything? Grandma's not saying, Jeffrey, where's that smell coming from? You're not going to even inquire?
He kept her down in that suitcase down in the fruit cellar.
I'm dead.
For all that time. Oh, and then he had its way with it.
She said about 5 days it was down there. But I'm saying this is my house, whether I'm old or not. I'm getting ready to get to the bottom of this damn smell. I'm not just going to keep saying to Jeffrey, what's that smell? What's that smell? I'm getting ready to call somebody in. See, this is where it goes. Jeffrey should have been caught a long time ago because this is a prime example of what I'm saying. This is my house. It stinks in here. I want to know where the hell this smell is coming from. So now let me call somebody that can come look around the property. Hey,
Jeffrey be right there. Oh, don't do that, Grandma. Don't do that. Don't make that call.
Yeah, but it's my house. And I live there. So then the girl goes on to say, oh, well, he also spread some of the bones and stuff around the property. So they're trying to see if there's some type of entity or, his ghost or something still there. And I thought about that. It probably is. It's probably the ghost of that other guy, too. The one he chopped up. And they never found him. But he got pulled over with that guy in the car, if I'm not mistaken. And he went on to say, oh, my parents are going through a divorce, blah, blah, blah. And there we go. Police let him go.
Yeah, seems legit.
The bags were in the back seat of the car. Now imagine that.
How close was he to getting caught in that regard? But I mean,
Law and Crime has done 5 times. Go check out the content. They've got a new video up 5 times. He was close to being apprehended, but yet let go.
Man, oh man!
And him cutting up that guy. That's one of the first ones he's done in the city. He should have been caught right then when he got pulled over because he had the man chopped up in the bags in the backseat of the car, and the cop let him go. Then we hear some mess about some cops being reinstated and people raising the hell about that, and then they're yelling and crying that Netflix said that one of them got some type of award, but then this girl does research to say no, he did, and I thought, oh my God, this is getting outrageous. He said
they'll be on the Netflix series. Like they did one back in 2012 and it was garbage. So, I mean, it's a made for
about
TV.
Dahmer.
Yeah, about Dahmer. And it was, there's nothing that's going to be as good as watching the trial and then raising your own questions in my mind.
Okay.
Because as far as the movie goes, you're going to get a good sense of what it was like, and as you should. That's what reenactments are like, to kind of fill in the blanks of what's not there. So, I mean, I don't hold them to 100% accuracy.
But you can't. It says if you say it's a dramatization,
right?
Well,
some people will try.
Let's go here. The black lady who's in the story, Niecy Nash, plays her. Here's this BS. Okay. We now find out that one of the people that were complaining, she didn't even live in the damn building. She lived in an adjacent building. I'm done.
Probably watching through the front window of what the hell's going on in that place.
Lord have mercy. I haven't watched it. I don't have Netflix, so I've got to find a way to watch it.
Oh, they'll have it out on YouTube shortly, as soon as it starts. It'll roll. So you'll pay like $1.99 or something, or however much they want. You can watch it here on YouTube.
Okay. Somebody in the chat says he got an adrenaline rush from not being caught. What do you think about that?
Oh, that's the whole. Listen, part of the reason that the psychology behind them wanting to get caught, obviously, is for bragging rights.
Yeah.
And look, he wanted to be considered the epitome of evil. All right, in that regard, that's why he loved the Emperor in Return of the Jedi. That's why he watched The Exorcist 3. He wanted to be the possessed priest and things like that. So, as long as he figured that's the best way to be in charge of all the information.
Okay.
You're not going to hear the story. The information has always been sourced through Jeffrey alongside evidence.
So you do believe he wanted to be caught? Get caught?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Because at that point in his mind, he was somebody. And if you consider to what was considered evil or even amongst his peers, he probably thought that he was going to be somebody in prison, and he was ready for that stage.
And imagine how that turned out. That murder in prison. I know I was stunned the day I saw it on the news. I said, what? He was killed? I was stunned.
Yeah, I'm thinking, so how could you would know that he would be a target just because of how high profile he was at the time. Like, why would you let him out into a wreck with a dude holding a metal fucking pipe? Nobody seemed to question that. That's how different the media was at that particular time. Nobody out there really gave a shit that somebody murdered fucking Jeff now.
Yeah, nobody cared. And they said today that he got killed cleaning the bathroom. He was cleaning the bathroom when that guy came in there. Interesting. That he wasn't segregated. Unless he didn't want to be segregated. I mean, these are your choice.
Well, he was also he probably was on work details.
That's what I believe was work detail. My thing is, he probably wanted to be around men. That was the purpose of all of what he was doing. He liked men. So he said. Wasn't hate, it wasn't race. Is what he said. It wasn't hate, wasn't race.
He prefers them live and in a cage. There'd be somewhat receptive.
Mm-hmm. That's also been brought up too with the Netflix and all the things that went on with the police department at the time, that this was racial, that it was possibly white privilege with him being able to get away. He lived in a building that was predominantly black in a black neighborhood. Nobody came investigating about the smell. I do find these people ratchet that owned the building and it was a property manager. To me, it didn't matter if he was the only white guy or not. If somebody comes to you and say, hey, I think there's something dead in here, you should be trying to figure out where the hell the smell's coming from.
Right. That's a real problem.
Yeah, because they say it's a smell like no other smell.
Yeah. It smells like pretzels.
You know what? Oh my gosh.
I've noticed anyway.
Okay. Where did you see a dead body? Please enlighten me.
Well, I used to, back in high school, I used to manage an 80 sow farrow to finish hog farm. So the closest thing to decomposing human corpses would be a decomposing pig corpse. And I'm just comparing it with that.
Oh,
but do you have working on a farm? You deal with lives like dead stock all the time.
Pretzels.
And
I'm going to pretend he didn't say that. So anybody that likes pretzels, just ignore that last comment.
Oh, I love pretzels, but I mean, at the time, I remembered every time I'd walk into a room and I'd smell that certain smell, I knew that we were dealing with a dead pig in the middle.
Okay.
So that's the only thing that at the time I attributed it to, because it smelled like, it's not exactly, but remember it was a pig farm. So it smells pig farmy too. So there's a mixture of smells.
Let's talk about trust. The black guy got away, testified in court, said he was not a homosexual. So let's go here, because I think he's lying. I don't mean to be mean.
Tracy Edwards, I believe he was a homosexual.
Yeah, and then Dahmer has the nerve to say that some of the guys weren't gay. So I said to myself, I know that sometimes people will go places with people because somebody say at a bar, hey, we're having a party at my house, you all come to my house. So I can't say that never happened, because we've done that before. We went to this one white guy's house. He had a nice house, and we all flocked with him later to go, shoot pool and do stuff like that. But I'm looking at this situation. There's just no way in my right mind I'm going to believe these were straight men that said, yeah, I'll go to your house and post nude for some pictures.
Yeah, dudes just don't set dates up like that unless they're gay. But again, the 80s were a bit different.
But you heard what the guy said. He gave the other guys a wrong address and gave him the right address, and he tagged along in a cab and all that. Jeffrey was just bold.
Oh, each time he would, by even where he would do these acts out in the open, he eventually got caught for that.
He was brazen. And see, nowadays you would be stupid to do what he was doing. He was taking them from the bar. Then they jumped in a cab. Remember that? Went and got liquor from the store. Jumped back in a cab.
You would have 100% of the people 99% of the people in that bar would recognize what he was doing and would have him on fucking camera and call the cops, and he'd probably be in jail right away.
And then somebody would say this, oh, such and such is missing. Oh, he was last with that Dahmer guy last weekend. See where I'm going? Yeah. I seen them kissing or hugging, or they walked out together. Oh, they got missing flyers up of him. See where I'm going with that?
Yep.
He would have gotten caught.
Well, think about the people who just woke up in the hospital.
I can't.
In the hospital, they're more tuned to trying to get you out of that bed and healed up as fast as possible.
Right.
But it just was a sign of the times and the type of policing that they did. They didn't give a shit about what people said in there. As long as nobody's fucking dead, they can move on. The peace hasn't, they're protecting the peace. What you do is your business. Yeah. This is America, remember?
Yeah.
You have the right to your privacy.
But it's just sad that I was talking to, like I said, this one of the maintenance workers last night, and he said, have you been on the news? There's an active killer right now out of California. And I said, no, I hadn't seen it. They hadn't gotten a notification about an active serial killer.
Well, the difference is that's actually not been a new headline. They're
Oh, it's
just
not? Okay.
now. It's kind of the same old story. The shopping cart killer. They
Oh,
haven't found
okay.
him,
I got
but
you.
now
Yeah,
they
I
have
heard
a
of that,
new
yeah.
fucking murder to attribute it, and now they are
So
calling
now
him
they want to
a
label it.
serial killer.
I
Yeah.
got you. I got you.
So they've ramped it up, and now they're not holding back. No hold
Some
back.
guy was doing that in Virginia. I could have sworn I saw that a year or two ago. That some guy was doing that in Virginia, pushing the victims around in a damn shopping cart. I'm gonna have to go back and look that up.
It's an easy way to
But I'm going to tell you something. I need to quit talking about this stuff because I'm telling you, when that mess happened with Eliza Fletcher, and the one thing that came up was the fact that she was a true crime enthusiast. It bothered me because I said to myself, sometimes we can claim stuff and don't even know it. Imagine she's a runner, right? So what would she be listening to while running in the damn dark? A true crime podcast. Do you know how morbid that sounds?
Yeah,
To hear that she liked listening to this junk, and then she ended up becoming a damn victim.
Ended up becoming a story yourself.
Yes, exactly. And I tell myself, this talking about this stuff, I've been lately hearing stuff. My friends, they've been laughing at me saying, because you watch that junk all day and you're going to bed listening to that stuff. And
I have dreams of I was having dreams of Jeffrey Dahmer shit last night because of that stupid trial I was watched. But just not really crazy stuff. Just that
crazy.
Must have been thinking about it too much.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Your subconscious is still working while you're sleeping. If you're staying up late, it's dark. You know, your mind wanders too when it's dark. Because remember, I told you, I don't know if you was on here the other night. I told the chat, I said that damn iPad started talking in the living room, and I said, "The hell is Nancy Grace? Who the hell is that?" It scared the hell out of me. My iPad just turned on and started talking. Now, mind you, it's plugged up. Nobody's in that room. Why would the iPad turn itself? It just started spinning the video, and it scared the living daylights out of me.
Maybe they have. Yeah, that's actually, you wouldn't think of that happening nowadays, but
no, I got a phone call on my phone, which was Messenger, right? So Messenger's ringing, and then the iPad turns on the Nancy Grace commentary. Now you put that together.
She wants you to be the next Nancy Grace. Only representing the black community. You want to be the black community.
Because I do get kind of hyped like Nancy sometimes. Because Nancy can get real wicked.
Yeah, she's not afraid to hold back. She's been wrong, but you got to give her that. Like, she's not afraid to take cases early in their stages and theorize and brainstorm right there.
She calls it cockamamie, the person that says that this is a serial killer about Miss Debbie Collier.
Right. I agree with that too, though.
So you do believe this is do you believe this is somebody that knew her, or do you believe it's her child and the boyfriend?
So it would be somebody that knew her, and whatever is going on that we're just learning about in the background, one piece at a time, has something to do with it. This has a life insurance situation written all over it at this point.
Okay.
That's my guess at this point. I can change.
Okay, interesting. I guess I don't think of that because of all the stuff that's pointing to the daughter. Because
hold on. Okay, maybe I can say that a little better because everything when we're talking about who's responsible here, I believe it's going to come back to the daughter, and it's going to come back somehow to Andrew, and whatever resentment that was going on in the background contributed to her demise. And there has to be other people involved, and that other people involved could quite possibly be Andrew's mom.
Oh, wow.
And that's your drug connection to all of this as well.
Yeah.
They're abusing the drug line. So if we know that Andrew's mom is out there as let's say a liaison to broker methamphetamine between the actual manufacturer and the buyers on the street, she's a part of a cog of a bigger wheel. Her son's probably in on that or knows all about it. Hard to keep that secret.
How do you think she feels about her son right now in this being a possible suspect?
Probably very proud of him because
my gosh,
that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering. She's serving 30 years.
She ain't gonna never see daylight. She'll die in there. She got to do about 14 years before she can probably come up.
Yeah, she'll be out. She can't come out till 2036, I believe.
So that's a little while from now, a couple years, 14 years. So she'll
15
still be
years minimum. That's a ton of time.
They'll probably let her out. Somebody will rally for her and let her out.
She's not eligible. Or maybe get rallied for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody will rally for her and say, well, she didn't murder anybody. Go on and let her out. She'll probably still come out and be back getting high. That's the first thing.
So that's what we were talking about before. This standing resentment over that initial drug bust from last year.
Mm-hmm.
So isn't that around the fucking time that letter was written to the parents? So last summer of 2021 was quite eventful for Andrew in that regards.
Yeah. But my thing is, why are you taking it out on her mother? Let's just say we're going on that line of that theory. What
because there's probably a point of contention between Andrew's mother and the fucking addict, because Andrew's mom doesn't look like an addict. She might push it, but she doesn't. She's a little too chunky, a little too. She might dabble in it, but she doesn't abuse it in the same regard.
Well, let's talk about Amanda. She's way chunky. I got a picture of her in that Sun article, and her legs is dimpled up and short shorts. And I thought, honey, this is one junkie that still eats. And I've seen people like that. They still carry their weight while getting high. Their appetite doesn't get suppressed from the drugs.
That could be.
Yeah, that girl's big for an addict.
I'm just going off. You can tell by the skin, her skin on her face, essentially. I'm not so worried about her shape anymore. It's an old stereotype that isn't exactly accurate.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Most people stop eating.
I know what you're saying. I agree.
Drugs. You're more concerned with getting high than eating.
Yeah, a lot of jockeys use methamphetamine to make weight.
Okay. Well, guess what? She's still going to Popeyes and getting high at the same time.
Fuck yeah, because guess what? She ain't working for the money she's getting given, so she's out eating out every night. Popeyes chicken, walking it off in her flip-flops that don't fit. She's got 3 sizes.
Oh my God, I'm a dad.
Wearing man's shoes out there. I've been watching her.
Honey, that big girl said, I ain't missing a meal or hit a meth.
Have to take care of yourself. You have to eat. Have to take care of yourself.
I can't.
This methamphetamine takes so much out of you.
I can't. But it takes you down. I've seen the pictures of the meth. They'll show the before and after 3 months. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it's devastating.
You walk around looking like a beauty queen today, and tomorrow you're looking like your damn great grandmama.
In a shitty, in a police lineup or a mugshot.
Very interesting. I hope they get to get an arrest soon. I think it's coming because I think they know what they're doing. I think because I was watching Off the Cuff late this morning, and he was talking about the forensic side and what they found at the scene and the van. And I don't think they were smart enough to wipe that van all the way down because you took those. Let's talk about that too. The fact that you took all the stuff she purchased and burned it or attempted to burn it with the body. What do you think about that?
So the paper towels, wrap her up in the tarp and attempt to burn everything in an enclosed area, like smolder it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds like a tweaker's way of trying to get rid of a fucking body.
And then,
listen, folks, if you're trying to get rid of a body, you've got to have that oven hot, boy.
Yes.
Hot for a long period of time.
Okay, but what about the tree trunk? I said, really?
So
you heard the lady
probably
in this
at that point in
commentary?
time.
She said about the trunk was charred.
It's probably the driest ground because when you're in a bush like that, it's very moist. If all the tinder that they're collecting is saturated, you're not going to have a fire to maintain. That's probably a big mistake because you would think that dry leaves would burn, but
But we don't. But we got to get a time too. Was she there at 5 when it was dry, or when it was raining when they found the van and found her the next day?
It was raining that afternoon. Off and on. So
on that Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know. Okay.
Off and on. It wasn't like it's just a overcast.
Okay.
Overcast day.
Do you believe that the items purchased were deliberately purchased to burn her?
Yes.
I do too. Yeah. Because they don't make any sense. There's nothing in there that they named that was a cleaning supply. So that's why I said she talks too much. You should have said nothing to the police about that. Because they asked that in that press conference. Well, where did y'all get the information about the Family Dollar? They said, well, initially it came from the interview with the daughter. I said, oh, boy. The webs we weave. Why
She
would
really
you tell the
fucked up.
police that?
she's fucking up because she's in a
Stupid.
mental state of desperation. So
Yes.
it's, and she's making the mistake every single
Uh-huh.
time. That's why
Uh-huh.
she's not talking anymore, because she's
Because you know what they do? They do, like in a certain case that we have talked about on here. They watch social media because they start hearing stuff about themselves. So then they go to Facebook, then they go on over to YouTube, and
they'll try to avoid the storm. They cast the storm. It's like putting your radar on Hurricane Ivan, not knowing the track of the storm. You just want to know where it is at all times so you can avoid it.
Yeah. But they go to social media and they start seeing what we're saying, and that's when they stop talking, because they say, okay, they know about this, they're questioning this, they're questioning that. I better either come up with an answer for that or this, or shut up.
Well, it's interesting to see, because when you know how it comes down, especially how people talk about information missing people's cases, a lot of times people will come forward out of the live chat who know directly the person, or can tell you something about information that isn't quite accurate. And that's not happening in this case as of yet, which tells you a lot. Like, even, Amanda Bearden coming up, if it, it was on anything untrue in this case, why wouldn't she just send a message to people?
What do you think she's thinking right now, if indeed she and that boy did this to her mother?
She's trying to maintain that mindset of a victim right now. And she's trying to do her best looking like a victim who is upset and people don't understand her.
Do you think she'll own it? Do you think they'll own it if indeed they're arrested? Do you think she'll just own it and say, yeah, I did this to my mom?
Oh, yeah. She's going to buckle like a motherfucker.
Really?
I can see it coming. Oh, yeah. Fuck yes, please. I'm telling you. I can feel it.
Wow.
There's no way. Listen, they might not tell you the truth, but she'll break and take responsibility when they have the right questions to ask her, because she's not going to be able to get out of anything like she usually does with her bullshit.
Somebody says she's tweaking out and surprised she talked at all. Well, it depends on the nature of the tweaker. Every tweaker ain't the same. Some tweakers stay quiet, and some are, like you say, chatty patty. Who's going to turn first?
I'm going to say Andrew, because all you have to do is get them at the same time in separate rooms and start asking about their history. As soon as you have a little bit of information that you have that they don't know that you have, and that's when they're going to trip them up. And one thing's going to lead to another, into the relationship with Debbie and the resentment carrying over from last year. That's a great starting point, because everybody out there knows that. There it is. And that's the resemblance between the Gabby Petito case and this one, is that resemblance of domestic violence and internal conflict within this little circle of actors.
Okay, let's go here. Layout September 10th. The mother traveled from Athens for what reason, and how did she get to the point of where she got to be dead? Have you thought about
September 10th, the morning of September 10th. So in order to present this answer, we have to remember that there was a commotion. We have to remember on the 8th, Amanda and everybody moved back with her live-in boyfriend, Andrew. On the 9th, there was a commotion at the house. We can only assume what it was over at this point. We can speculate.
Yeah. God knows. Speculate. You're AB. Speculate, Mr. Balance.
Well, I will. I'll speculate. Hold on. But so so if we're going to believe it, we're going to say Steve. We're going to, from my perspective, turn it down, please. We're going to believe Steve in this sense, saying that he was out and about, although he's a good source of information as to, he's probably being told not to say anything in public, maybe, but over what the potential alleged argument was the night before. So whatever happened, there was a decision made that particular night with Debbie as to what was possibly living arrangements, future money, why they needed money this time. It almost seems like she got hit up for another large amount of money, probably not meeting the criteria or the promises that she's put forth the previous time she asked for it. Quiet on the set, go please.
So you think this was over money? You think they had approached her about needing some money since being back?
Well, it sources through their drug habits and not being stable individuals financially.
Well, I think he's been more probably self-sufficient than her. He's probably done something to hold the weight.
He wants to, and he's aiming to be that way.
Yeah.
But these drugs are a hell of a thing because it takes all your money.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And I do believe he has downplayed her as being the addict only. Do you believe he's also an addict? Boyfriend.
I think he's in a different mindset where he recognizes what it does to your body because he has an interest in training in MMA. I don't think he is a full-blown addict to the degree that
maybe he just smokes weed. They did say he got the weed charge.
An addict, when I say, doesn't even faze me. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Not a big deal. I'm talking about the methamphetamine.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I think they admitted he caught a weed charge, but I'm just saying maybe that's all he does, but he's just in love with this chick.
Right. I think that's probably accurate, but you know.
Well, lay out how it happened. That lady up the highway. What? They followed her. They were in the van. Somebody hid. They lured her. They said they were stranded. How did it go?
Right now, we don't know how. We don't know. Whatever happened the night before, I believe that there is messaging going on between Mom, Debbie, and Amanda that's going to tell them the forensics. And you're going to be able to tell through the digital text, either directly or indirectly, what her plans were and what motivated her to get into her car and out that day. When she got into her car, one of those individuals I named, most likely her daughter, was going to was probably in the car with her. They picked up Andrew.
That's what I think.
And they're both together because neither of them drive. They're both together. They both have to impress upon Debbie some sort of bullshit story, and Debbie went along with it. And
enlighten me. They're both in the car with the mother. We're going up the highway this far out of the way to do what?
I don't know what would have put her up there. Maybe people have speculated rehab, although it's an all-male rehab facility that's very close by. I wonder if that has something to do with this.
Yeah, I've been hearing that too, but like I say, no verification. Who knows why they were up there? But they were up there for some reason.
Right. It was probably whatever reason that they were up there. My guess is it was a lie to begin with.
Exactly. Well, yeah, we know that. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
we know it's a lie.
It was a lie right from the home. So I would think that Amanda lied to her and got this ball rolling in that regard.
Wow.
And whatever Debbie was doing it because Amanda asked her to. And perhaps
I agree.
What she's going to try to portray is that somebody misled her or fooled her, and that person is most likely going to be Andrew.
Okay.
And whatever Andrew,
he's going to be the scapegoat.
Probably going to be the scapegoat in this, and that's going to come back to his association with his mom and whatever his mother has rooked him into doing just by being proxy in the family.
Lord have mercy.
And that's how it's going to relate back to drugs as well. So this is
wicked, man.
These people. So imagine all of this time. Quiet on my set, please. Imagine all of this time. Amanda's been telling Andrew some sort of bullshit story about why Debbie doesn't like him, and that they're trying to keep them apart.
Yes.
Just to make it look like she is doing all she can, and yes, it is love, but it's all fictitious. It's all bullshit.
Why did they come back? Why did they move back here?
I don't know. Maybe they got kicked out of where they were. There's probably something going
on that
they've promised Debbie that this new place, it's not going to be the same. They have to get out. She's probably took pity on them.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said that 9 times out of 10, she's been in the
That's where the rehab would fit in. They could have promised her that one of them was going to rehab, and that's where we were going to pull off, drop off.
And she was driving one of them up there to the place. Could be.
Yeah, possibly.
Wow.
And because it's an all males place, maybe they got her out in a quarter mile in there because Amanda was going to camp out there because she was in such support of Andrew getting to rehab. Just bullshit like that. Exaggerations.
I wouldn't have done it. I'm sorry. I wouldn't want no involvement. If he wanted to go to rehab, let's just say that happened.
This is one cold bitch, but friends, this is drugs.
Let them take his own rehab. Okay, guess what? Why wouldn't you go to rehab up in Maryland? They have facilities up north, East Coast. Why you got to come way down here to go to rehab?
Listen, there's several answers to that. There's no intent to go to rehab to begin with on their part. That was just a story that they told Debbie in order to get her more sympathetic to their cause, that they needed money, whether it was for a first and last month down payment on a place.
Okay.
That they were going to pay back. It's just a bullshit story. However, underlying all of this, what I suspect to be a life insurance. There's some other lump sum of money that Amanda feels entitled to.
Okay.
Yeah, that if this was that she wanted to create an accident, they took the opportunity and reacted. Maybe Debbie got too inquisitive and they took exception to it. Maybe it just turned into a big fight because Debbie finally put her foot down that she was only going to do so much, or that, you know what I mean? And it really infuriated Andrew to the point where something small blew up into something bigger. Yeah. The next thing you know, he's got plastic around her head and she's suffocated.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
He's just outlashed. I don't know. I'm saying, but think about even if that happened, how easy it would be to wrap a body up in the big blue tarp and drag it to wherever you need it to be.
Well, I knew that all that was deliberately bought. When I saw and they named everything, I knew all that was deliberate. But let's say this: how about something jumped off in Maryland? These two come up with this guise of I'm going to do this and this when I get there. That's the commotion you hear. It's that she realizes they didn't bank on whatever they said they were going to do, such as, what if I told my mom, hey, we got this much money to pay you for an apartment house. But when she got here, mom asked for the money, they didn't have it. So now the parents feel duped and stuck with these two grown-ass adults.
Right. That would have been, we're along the same understanding there. That would have been have to be a source because that's what was happening in her life by all it would seem.
Yeah, because you got to ask yourself the obvious. How do you get from A to B? What are you doing from Maryland to here? What resources did you bring here? Did you have a job lined up? Did they have a car? Now, neighbors hear a commotion. What's the commotion? What are the odds the lady goes missing? Hell yeah, all that's connected. Ain't no random nothing.
Yeah, hell no, it's connected. Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Like that segment of events ties Amanda to it. She wants so badly to be perceived as the victim in the circumstance. She calls out and has these emotional outbursts to a dispatcher.
Yeah.
What kind of thought process is that? There's obviously ulterior motives to that little call.
Yeah. Very scary to me because what I feel bad, horrible, there's really no words to describe. The moment Debbie realized she had been hoodwinked and bamboozled, you can't put that in a frame.
That's what
I'm
thinking. Yep. So maybe she was bamboozled. How did being bamboozled and getting exposed turn into murder? And that's probably where things got out of control really fast.
Yeah. Because remember I said earlier, the moment that you have been told, I'm sorry, because I'm sure that's how it went. Sorry, but we got to do this. And she's looking like, got to do what? Can you imagine the look on that woman's face when she realized these people are getting ready to harm her? I can't imagine. And what was going through her head? Oh my God, my own child. How did I get in this situation?
She knew that Andrew threatened her that year before with that note.
Mm-hmm.
We know that she's seen that note.
And like you said, whatever version she's giving up to her mother.
And isn't it just like the person that you're trying to help that turns against you and bites the hand?
That's how it always is. That's how it always is.
That's how it turns out. There's that resentment because the person who's asking for the money always feels, or all of a sudden
Entitled.
feels insulted that
Mhm.
somebody else is holding something over their head,
Yeah.
not remembering that they're the one who asked for the damn money in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah. And ain't no telling how long. She's 37. She's been a user. How long she's been in all type of crazy jacked up situations, and how long has Miss Debbie been the go-to person, the enabler, the babysitter, the gopher? Man, that gets old. I'm telling you, it wears you down.
Right.
I've seen people literally go down by aiding a drug addict, and then they start coming to you with their problems. See, it's a ripple effect. They're the addict. They're using you. You're broke. And now you're over here talking
They
to other
pull
people
you in
trying
as
to get
part
out
of
of
the
line.
triangle or cycle of abuse.
I don't listen at it. I won't listen to it. I'll tell anybody. You come to me about a lot of things, but that right there, that dope stuff, you can keep that over there on your side of the tracks, because I don't want to know nothing. I don't want to hear nothing. And you're just as wrapped up into it as if you're getting high, because you don't know how to lead the people alone to tell them, hey, I ain't got no more money. Hey, I can't keep feeding you. I can't keep, carrying you. I've seen people chase the people around, women looking for the men at night, going in places looking for the guy. I'm like, you're willing to go in a dope house and look for your husband? Why in the world would you do that? We're not talking about a cheating husband. We're talking about a man that's chosen to get high, and you're willing to go in a dope house. Don't know what you're going to encounter in there. It's crazy to me. Just file for divorce and keep it moving.
Oh, I agree. What's left to salvage?
You can't make somebody stop getting high. Just like you couldn't make somebody stop cheating on you, but you might have a better chance with them trying to stop cheating with a woman versus chasing drugs. And you hear the stories of people going to rehab, going to jail, going to prison, getting beat up, getting shot, and they still will get high. It's like, what is the pull? But I heard somebody say it's mental.
The path of least resistance. It's the lack of willpower within that person.
But is
for whatever reason? It's a choice at the end of the day, right?
Because listen, I know people who gotten high and they were functioning to still pay rent, still go to work, still take care of children, still be in a relationship. So what's the difference between that guy, lady over here that can still function and pay bills and not go all the way down the tubes?
Well, the difference is that one person hasn't been caught yet. Therefore, society treats him in a certain way, and he feels okay because he doesn't know otherwise.
Okay.
All of a sudden, when that information comes out, society treats him in a different, and that is what takes its toll on your psyche over the long run in that regard. My opinion.
You have any thoughts on the son? Because he don't want us talking about this. He told us to quit speculating, need their privacy. So I want to know, is he in denial about what the hell is going on? And does he have any thoughts
Absolute
that his sister
denial.
possibly did it?
Absolute probable denial, or he is in cahoots with the daughter.
Boy, won't you fall out if you find out he's a damn addict too? Man, I'll scream.
Wouldn't surprise me. However, he's released a statement talking positive things about Debbie. Why is it he's the only one in that regard? Just the son.
I don't know.
Usually if you're going to write a memorial,
my only
it's
source
the entire people.
Of long-winded support, somehow he worded that. Thought that was interesting. So where's the dad? Do they have the same dad?
Dad's down in, what did you say, Alabama?
Alabama.
Working on a shrimp boat.
Married, girlfriend, children, the brother. Does she have any children? Amanda, 37. Most women at 37 have children. What do you think about that?
If she did, they weren't with her very long.
Yeah, true.
Has anybody pulled up her history?
I haven't seen anything. Just this mess that I've seen in the articles about the domestic situations, her lying and stuff, saying he stole stuff when all along they were living in the same house.
Right,
so she got charged with that, filing a false report, saying he broke in her house when all along.
That should say a lot to everybody.
Exactly. Thank you. That
should say all you need, because she has no qualms of lying to the fucking cops.
Exactly. Because you know at some point during that interrogation, he's going to tell the law, hey, wait a minute, I live with her. No, I didn't break in her house. We stay together. We pay bills together. My name's on the lease or however it went.
Yeah. She was trying to fucking fix the situation.
Why would he stay? That's what I don't understand, man.
Because he's
you can't make me understand that.
He's whipped. He doesn't have anything else. He, in his mind, you can see his mentality that he's telling the police officers, you know, essentially this is his only support system, and I have Amanda manipulating me. All my other support is gone. His mom's in fucking prison. He doesn't say that at that point in time, but he doesn't have anything, and that's where his mind is. And from his perspective, these two people have problems with him. He doesn't understand why. He's doing all he can. He's looking after being in a car accident. I don't know anything about being in a car accident that you were in. So you're looking after her. So she's obviously manipulating him at leisure.
But you know what? Let's talk about all the things she's done to implicate herself. The Venmo, talking about the mother left the house with the
Venmo
ID and the card. She left the purse behind.
How can not
the Mexican guy that crashed into Debbie's car back in April or a month ago, whenever, however it goes.
The fictitious
the aunt told that on the dispatch call. She's trying to implicate some random guy as what? The suspect that came to kill her.
She's trying to implicate a fictitious person, an ex-con, embellishing what actually happened.
See, she's
in order to, why even lie there? You didn't have to even lie. Just mention it. Like it was an accident. That's the only other person. But embellishing it, fuck, why would you even embellish anything at this point in time? It's a habit with these tweakers.
But why in the world would this guy come kill this lady when the truth is already out? He only had some misdemeanors. He had misdemeanors. He was never on parole. He's not even in the system of Georgia as being a parolee.
It was a legitimate accident. I'm sure he's pretty sorry. He wish it didn't happen. So there would be no point, because the what's erased is the reason or the point of resentment.
She lost a newborn prematurely. Well, if it's true, God knew what he was doing. God knew what he was doing. No babies for you, honey. No babies for you. Wow. You know what's going to be interesting? Like all these true crime stories, just like we were talking about with Jeffrey Dahmer, what you don't know. What ain't been put in the article. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're at that point right now.
All that stuff that you're sitting here wondering about everybody involved, who's been doing what, who's been saying what, who's been messaging this person. Imagine the stuff we don't know, and it's on its way to come out.
What do you think the next piece of information is going to come out? Is it going to be Amanda related?
But I'm praying there won't be anything. What'd you say?
I wonder if it's going to be Amanda related or Debbie related.
Possibly Debbie. That's what I fear the most.
Are they going to release the manner of death?
Mm-hmm. They got to do that. You know that guy that has that YouTube channel, Off the Cuff?
Yep.
He was saying he found it strange as far along as the weeks have gone that they haven't released it, but go ahead and say, we know it's homicide. That was interesting when he said that.
It tells me that they know they're the main suspect is right close to
home. Yes, they do. Yes. So let's go there. So let's
right beside us.
3 weeks investigating.
Another cop in the room, potentially. No.
You go to a press conference and you making sure to say, I know it was deliberate. What did they see and find in 3 weeks? Because you know it's something. What is it? What do you think it is?
So they probably right away would have picked up something. I'm going to tell you right now. I think that they probably, from the initial interview with Amanda,
that's what I said.
Did on something, and they wanted to. The
Family Dollar comment
play out.
The Family Dollar comment, I bet, did it.
And what was that?
The reporters asked the sheriff or the detective, how did you come about the information pertaining to the Family Dollar and location of her being even at that store? And then he said, the initial interview with Amanda was talking about cleaning supplies. Her mom was supposed to be bringing her some stuff back from the Family Dollar.
Yeah. That's bizarre. Why wouldn't she go to all the numerous other spots to get cleaning supplies at that point in time? Why an hour and a half away from Athens?
Why she couldn't have gone to a Dollar Tree, a Walmart? Because let's go all the dollar stores, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, some other little Yugo Mart or some other cheap little place. Does she normally go to Family Dollar to buy cleaning supplies? Let's go there.
And there wasn't a whole lot of cleaning supplies, just paper towels.
There was nothing in there that showed me that you all were going to be doing any heavy cleaning in a place that should be already damn
mops,
clean.
rags,
there you
buckets.
go.
There was plastic tarps.
No, you got stuff that could ignite. I read right through that. As soon as I saw the crime scene, the pictures, I smelled the rat. I said, "Oh my God, this was deliberate." Yes, you had her get stuff that you could ignite her with. Man, this is sick.
I wonder. Let me run this by you. I wonder if the mom's little son is a cook, and he's cooking the shake and bake out there, and he was going to arrange a chemical fire with a weakened bottle. Like, listen, when you are trying to change that lithium or change those chemicals around under pressure, and it heats up in those little bottles, it picks the weak point. Punctures a hole in it, and they'll have this little stream come out the side of the bottle at high pressure. That's when it touches oxygen, it combusts, and it'll burn until it's burned itself out.
Okay.
However, you can't just wipe that stuff off.
Okay.
It's very difficult. So I wonder if there is more going on back in that bush, and Andrew maybe was already back there with somebody else.
Yeah, that was mentioned. That was mentioned, I think, with one of the commentaries.
What you always want is paper towels,
Oh, off the cuff said that through the woods. I think he said that. How do you know they don't know a pathway or somebody's been out there? That's why I mentioned that possibly somebody is familiar with this area. There was another way to go in and out. And they had another way in, like you said, lying in wait for the person to be lured. But that means you still got more than one or two people that's involved.
Okay, just a sec, Queen. Hold on.
Go ahead. That's okay. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining us. This is a Winded Live. I'm 4 hours in. There's a lot of information to bring you from Core TV and the U.S. Sun, but please check out my community board and the U.S. Sun for documentation for the information. I brought you a smoking gun, plural. The van is 1. The Venmo is 2. And the fact that she's compromised Andrew's account and linked them to her own shows she knows how to steal money and link up accounts. And that's what was happening, I believe, with the Venmo account. The fact that she mentioned iCloud. I brought you information to what an iCloud is. And that it's all about your own personal information. So she's calling the dispatch talking about this as appearing to be helpful in trying to aid in finding her mother on September 10th. But one could also view it as scary, trying to pretend to be helpful. And where she messed up is when she talks about the password. She couldn't get the password to open it up. So one would say, was she being helpful? Or is that something she was already doing? Was trying to get into the mother's iCloud for facetious reasons, fraudulent reasons, to do whatever, steal money, steal information, be her mother, open up more accounts. You don't know, because if she's an addict, you can't put anything past a person that has a drug problem. And she's already stolen from the boyfriend. That has been revealed already. He admitted that. And I brought you the information in the Sun. So if she was steal from him and live with him and they go back and forth with all these allegations of abuse, this and that, why would the mother be exempt from this, what I say, reign of terror? Because that's what she's got going on. Because these people don't separate who they're going to defraud and not defraud. I don't think they're going to say, hey, I'm not going to steal from this person versus this person. Once you're far gone, everybody's fair game. And I believe Debbie was sadly the ultimate chess move. Wow.
So when they probably think that they have this wrapped up, like follow the money. The Venmo is going to be the key to all of this. When they know, they can rule out where that Venmo originated from, what device, and then associate it with the other forensics. They'll know exactly what to ask Amanda Bearden, because no matter what, Amanda, you're tied to this through that transaction. Fucking dumb move.
It was dumb.
This, stupid move, probably, and I'm gonna have to say it could possibly just be a bad choice, like all the other bad choices she's made in her life, including taking those drugs that led to this wrong decision.
All this moment, yeah. And isn't it interesting how that's how people get wrapped up? One little thing begets another. You start experimenting with drugs. Now you have a problem. Now you got to be able to get the drugs. So now you're going to have to start doing things to get the drugs. But who would ever think it would lead to the murder of your own parent?
Yeah, not on the surface, but eventually,
Because they always say that in true crime. Just because a person steals or defrauds somebody doesn't mean that they would kill somebody. That is true. But they do parallel one another at some point.
Yeah.
Because in order for me not to get caught, I don't want you to catch me.
Right.
So I'm going to kill you. You understand? If I defraud it, like a Ponzi scheme.
The dead man tells no tales.
Exactly. So what started out as me being a thief, now, boom. Oh, I don't want them to know I did this. I stole their identity, blah, blah, blah. Now I got to kill them.
Well, think about all the things that you're protecting. No matter what, you still have to protect that thing that you're protecting at any cost. In your mind, no matter how minuscule it is to other people, but in your mind, it's so big, and it could be anything to a tweaker.
Wow. Dang. I got to do some investigation about that Eliza Fletcher. I want to see what they got new on that. You said the toxicology. Maybe that's what they're going to tell us.
Yeah, that was last week.
Of last week.
But Queen, thank you very much for letting me up here.
Thank you. I'm going to end it because I'm up here.
I got to bail for dinner. All right, Queen. I'll talk to you later.
Are you coming? Are you coming live? Are you going to be live tonight?
We might be live a little bit later. Yeah.
What are you going to talk about?
This.
I'll be in the chat.
A little bit. All right, Queen. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, honey. Thank you. All right, everybody. That was AB. I'm going to cut it short because I've been up here a long time. As I said, I had so much information. I knew it would be a bit winded. That's why I kind of talked in between the Vinnie Politan closing arguments because I didn't want to go so long. But as you see, I'm winded up here. Please watch this in phases. You're entitled to your opinion to what you think happened to Debbie Collier. If you think this was personal, somebody that knew her, or child, children, husband, whichever. Husband has been verified to be at work, but that doesn't mean that he couldn't have hired somebody. The daughter seems very suspect, past behavior with drugs and different things. Stealing money, linking accounts, shows she has knowledge of fraud. She knows how to do that. Drugs. I brought you commentary about Andrew's mother, who's now facing doing 30 years in prison for methamphetamine and drug trafficking. Does it have any relations to Debbie? Not necessarily, but I wanted to show that obviously drugs has been around this young man's life. And possibly he is an addict, or he likes aiding an addict's mother, girlfriend. He chose somebody like his mother. That's been said many times about the people we pick. They mirror our own parents. Thank you, Anna. Was he looking for a mother figure when he met her? She's 10 years older than him. He's locked in with her. But would you be locked in to the point of murder? See, you have to ask yourself that. How far am I willing to go in being with you? I'm going to go all the way down the rabbit's hole till death for loving you. So let's say these two committed this atrocious crime. Was it worth it? Because we're only talking about under $3,000. That's nothing. in 2022. You could spend that on clothes and shoes alone. Pay a bill here or there, buy a few little luxury items, and you're lucky if you had $50 in your pocket in probably 48 hours. 2385 is the lucky number. 2385 was the number. The possible reason for the death of Debbie Collier. A stinky Venmo account compromised by her own daughter, aided by the boyfriend, orchestrated by one of the two or both, but nonetheless, both complicit. Stepdaddy's role, not sure. May not be involved at all. But somebody close did this to her, and I do believe it's the daughter, and I think it's going to be told that it was her and the boyfriend. Could this crime been avoided if indeed it's her own child? Did she hang in too long with a child, aided a child too long? Didn't accept the fact that she's troubled, spirit tainted. I need to leave her alone. We can speak, we can talk. She can't live in my house. She can't live near me. I'm not going to aid her. I'm not going to help her. She's on her own because this woman is almost 40. And at what point do you draw the line in helping people? I got a feeling that more is going to come out about all these people. You're going to hear more things. And naturally, when a person gets arrested, you're going to hear all kinds of things that you'd never heard. You're going to hear things possibly that all the people were going through at the time. I believe there's a ripple effect to all this. Coming to Georgia on the 8th, commotion on the 9th, mom goes shopping on the 10th, out of the way, then goes missing, then found dead on the 11th. All that stair step because it was intricate. It was done by design. There was a reason for the season even before the 8th. Stay woke. And I think when people start digging, law officials, you're going to find out that there was a whole lot of other mess going on with these people. And somebody, and I'm going to say all of them, didn't know when to say when. I fold. I don't want to participate in this anymore. I don't want no parts of this anymore. I'm done with this. And that probably starts with the husband. We don't know the relationship he had with the wife. Might have been sick of her herself, the relationship, her aiding her daughter. We don't know. The mother, sick of being the go-to person. The brother, sick of being the go-to brother. The boyfriend, in love, but he's tired of the life too. Then we got the girlfriend, the daughter. She's an addict. She don't give a damn. She ain't tired of nothing. She likes her life. You all are going to be the casualties of war for dealing with me. Because I ain't going to stop getting high. And I'm going to keep doing what I got to do to eat and survive. And if that means stabbing you in the back, stealing your money, then so be it. I think if indeed it comes out to be the daughter is behind this murder, it's a lesson learned to the general public, sad to say, that you can't trust everybody and that you cannot continue to keep going into the lion's den and expecting the lion not to bite you. Or worst case scenario, chew your whole head off. Because that's what we all do sometimes in life. We get comfortable. We become complicit in craziness, nonsense, and then we expect nothing bad to come about. And sometimes I know something's going to jump off. Hopefully not today. That's the whole point of the story. You knew better, but you went along anyway. That's a lesson learned. Sometimes you got to say no. Because as I said, if indeed this young lady killed her mother, imagine had the mother cut her rightfully off. only talked to her by conversation only, but did not indulge her to come visit or help her move in the general area, this woman could possibly be alive today. And as I said, this is just my assertion, speculation, but I do believe the daughter is complicit to the death of Debbie Collier. And I wonder if we go back in time, if indeed this is true, we know naturally this could have been avoided unless she came on her own, didn't notify the mother, and just killed the mother outright for reasons of vengeance. But in the end, no matter the motive, it's still diabolical. Thank you for joining me. If you want to donate to this great network, $Big 129 Cash App. Thank you all for following the content. Please check out my community board for said information. I will put up a poll before the night is over pertaining to Debbie Collier and this very, very wicked crime. I'm praying for an arrest soon because this lady deserves justice. She deserves justice. It's shameful. It's no different than Eliza Fletcher and so many other people who have left here by the hands of a monster. They didn't deserve this. You all have a wonderful week. We'll be back with more commentary. And this is Everyday Shenanigans. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. And thank you, Mr. AB.